Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Grangemouth Community Education Centre and to today's meeting of Falkirk Council. And welcome to everyone who's joining online. And I hope you enjoyed the pupils from Langley's Primary School singing their songs. I think it was very, very nice of them to come along, and it was quite heartwarming. The agenda was issued on Wednesday, 27th of November 2024. Hard copies were available to members at the Foundry on Thursday, 28th of November. The Education Service redesign report was updated on Monday, 2nd of December to include revision versions of pages 176 to 188, and hard copies of these pages were also issued to members. A supplementary agenda containing supplementary information in regard to item 6, Learning Week, was issued by email and dropped in member share on Monday, 9th of December. A further supplementary agenda was issued by email on Tuesday, 10th of December, advising of a deputation request, which has now been withdrawn. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. This is the second Council meeting under the new standing orders, which were agreed in June. Consequently, I will allow some latitude to members, but do expect the new procedures to be observed. Today's meeting has a full agenda, and hopefully that business can be completed today if members are disciplined in their interventions. As chair of the meeting, I will look to ensure fair debate on those items where there are amendments, but will ask members to stick to the allotted time. I also want to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. We can agree and no doubt will disagree, but we can do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. I intend to vary the order today, if necessary, to allow the Learning Week report, item 6, to be taken at 11 o'clock. I will also introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting, and we will break for lunch at an appropriate time. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing a debate, but at that point, it's your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, or you'll lose your opportunity to speak. Members joining remotely should ensure their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. And before we start, all members and officers should check now that their mobile phones are switched off or on silent during the meeting. Agenda item 1, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by Deputy Provost Balfour. Councillor Aitchison. Here. Councillor Aitken. Here. Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes. Present. Councillor Brown.
Here.
Bailey Buchanan. Bailey Buchanan, I think you're on mute. We'll come back to, we can see that Bailey Buchanan is present on screen. Councillor Bundy.
Here.
Councillor Colley.
Here.
Councillor Deacon.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Bailey Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McCabe.
Here.
Councillor Miko John.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
In shot.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sinclair. And Councillor Spears.
Present. Okay, thanks, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. Agenda item 3, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 3rd October 2024. Can we agree the minute?
Agreed.
Is there any matters arising from that minute? No. Agenda item 4, rolling action log, and we'll go to Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log records decisions of the Council where these call for further reports. The comments section will give an indication on whether the action is up to date and in progress. The rolling action log appears to be up to date, but it is available for members to ask questions.
No questions. Agenda item 5, local government by-election, Ward 7, Falkirk South, pages 18 to 21. And I would just say, like to, at this point, welcome Claire to our first council meeting, and I hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy it, and I hope you come back. So,
Thank you.
is there anything you'd like to say yourself?
Not really.
Okay. Right,
I'm
okay.
absolutely terrified, to be honest. So be gentle.
But you're among friends, I think. So we'll now go to. I'll just say that there's no amendments have been submitted, so there'll be no debate on this item. And Mr. Lorry.
I mean, I think, Provost, the report is self-explanatory. If there are any questions, obviously happy to deal with them.
Any questions? No, thank you. So we'll now move to agenda item 7.
Sorry, Brian, but I can't hear this meeting.
So, does somebody speak there?
Aye.
Aye.
I
think he's on his
Bailey
phone.
Buchanan's just saying that he can't hear, Provost.
You can't hear. You
Yeah,
can't.
he's-
Can you hear me, Bailey Buchanan?
I heard him speaking to somebody on the phone there, but I don't know who it was.
I've pressed everything and I just can't. Provost, sometimes when you log on, log off, it sometimes kicks back in. I don't know if we can get that advice to Bailey Buchanan or no. It's hard. Aye, okay, thanks.
Okay. So we'll get back to Bailey Buchanan. Agenda item 7, Falkirk IGB draft business case, health and social care partnership update. Report by who's saying the report? The report's by Gail Woodcock. And the report, as you know, is taken as read. And there are no amendments have been submitted, so there'll be no debate. So we'll just open it up for questions.
Provost.
Councillor Mickeljohn.
Thank you. If I could maybe just ask Ms Woodcock to maybe say a wee bit in relation to GPs and primary care, because I know that we are still continuing to see pressures within GP practices and access to that primary care, and at a time when we have such severe winter pressures here. So I just wondered if a wee bit about the winter contingencies and how we might be dealing with that might be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Over to Ms Woodcock.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to start, and then I'll maybe bring Tom Cowan, who's here. He's our interim head of primary care services as well, to talk some more about the specific challenges that GPs are facing and how they're managing that. So, absolutely, we're absolutely already in winter. We are seeing significant pressures across the whole system, and it's really important to stress that we are working as a whole system. So, across health and social care within Falkirk, with our colleagues in the acute hospital and our GP colleagues to seek to mitigate the demands that we're seeing, and to seek to ensure that people are seen at the most appropriate place in terms of their care needs. So we do have a whole system winter plan, and all parts of our system are signed up to, and we have that in operation at the moment in terms of maximising the available resources across the partnership. I'll maybe ask Tom to come in to speak a little bit more specifically about GPs and our primary care colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through yourself, thank you very much for the question. And I would fully acknowledge that the issues that have been outlined are both local and national pressure points. The perception around about the shortage of GPs, and it would be fair to say that everything is being done there in relation to recruitment. And in fact, Forth Valley has been pretty successful in relation to recruitment to existing positions for GPs across the area, relative to many other areas. So in some respects, that's a plus point that has improved in more recent times. But nevertheless, the partly as a consequence, of course, of the pandemic, but not by any means blaming that entirely, the demand continues to rise, and the complexity of what people are managing in their own homes and within our communities has not abated at all. And so there is significant pressure on our GPs, who themselves are offering every potential appointment they can. And as we move increasingly towards the manifestation of the primary care improvement plan, which members may be aware was introduced in 2018, 2019, and it was linked to the primary care new contract model. And the intention there is to introduce to every practice, to every area, some additional core activity, pharmacotherapy, mental health nursing, advanced nurse practitioners, etc., in order to assist the medical expert medical generalists, as primary care practitioners are now supposed to be referred to, but nobody ever does, and to assist them to be able to take away quite a few people who otherwise might expect to see a GP. Now, we've been reasonably successful in appointing to those positions. I think where it's been quite challenging for us is in actual at the moment making an impact on that, reducing the workload and demand on the GPs, so that the GPs can concentrate on those at greatest level of need and who need the monitoring of a specific GP. So that's been something of a challenge. I think the second point, and I think it's quite an important point, is that I think as a consequence of the pandemic, we didn't really I suppose, message the public and help the public support the new initiatives, which are to try and reduce the demand directly on GPs to increase their capacity to see the most complex cases. I think we've struggled with that, and that's a campaign that we're really trying to undergo just now. So to summarise, and I'm sorry if I've gone on a wee bit here, we would fully acknowledge that this is a very challenging time. We do have a pretty large cohort of GPs available, so there hasn't been a significant diminution in that. Demand and expectation continues to rise, and we are trying to put in place in each of the practices systems to try and manage the levels of demand and try to deflect directly from the GPs into more appropriate professionals. And we're gaining some traction, but I would be the last person to claim that at the moment that probably feels like the case for the general public and the people you represent. Hope that's initially helpful. Happy to take further questions.
Okay, thanks very much. Now go to Councillor.
I've also got another question.
Sure.
I seem to have a bit of a problem with a lot of feedback from my microphone, so apologies. I don't know whether we can maybe swap it over. Meanwhile, I'll use my colleagues. Thank you for that to Tom and Gail. I think that was really helpful to have an understanding of where we are, and I appreciate there's a lot of work been going in to try and address the access to primary care and GPs, and while that may not feel to the public like it's actually happening, that behind the scenes there's a lot of work, and hopefully as that flows through it will improve. What I wanted to just ask a wee bit about now is the IGIB's financial position, and obviously there was the presentations there, and where members got the updates, and that demonstrated the significant challenges and pressures financially that the IGIB is in, just like any other across the country. And I just wondered if you could maybe say a wee bit more about the pressures and the action plan to be able to deliver on those pressures to try and mitigate. And while not wanting to appear selfish, it's something that we, as a council, we need to plan for the future, and that we will have to have a responsibility to support the IGIB in that, and I think that needs to be kept as we go into our budget setting for this year as well, that there may well be the need for that support and that planning. So I just wondered a wee bit more about that.
Okay, over to you, Ms Woodcock.
Thank you for yourself, Chair, and I will, I'll just say a few words and then I'll invite Marie Pearce, who's on the call, who's our Chief Finance Officer, who can give much more details. So, as has been said, that there's a significant challenging financial position that we face in the partnership and the IJB. We've got our up-to-date figures show that our projected overspend deficit over the next 3 years is around £20 million. So we are working really hard to rapidly think about and take action to reduce the overspend in this year and develop plans for future years. So we've already taken a number of mitigating actions in terms of reducing and ceasing any non-essential spend, reducing spend in areas where we can, and that includes packages of care, and long-term care admissions as well. And through our budget working group, we're working to develop a package of options, which we will put out for consultation in January, and will come forward to the IJB for decision making over the next few months. So there's no doubt there will need to be difficult decisions, but we're trying to work as openly and as possible with our partners and our stakeholders to explore what the implications are of those potential options to support the decision making that will be required. So I'm going to hand over to Marie, who will be able to give you a little bit more detail around the financial position and what we're doing at the moment.
Thanks. Through yourself, Chair, thank you, and thanks for the question. Gail set it out very well there, actually. Obviously, it's an extremely challenging position. The Q2 financial position shows that the in-year projected overspend is 8.6 million, and our reserves position is fairly challenging as well. So actually, as Gail mentioned, we've got a lot of mitigating actions in for this financial year to try and bring down that overspend and to reduce the amount of reserves that we're going to have to use to cover that overspend in year. So there are a number of moving parts around our budget position, notwithstanding that in-year position. So some of the main pressures that we're seeing over and above those already identified in the medium-term financial plan earlier this year are around particularly care at home. So external care at home hours are increasing, that demand is increasing greatly. So that's one of the main reasons for the pressure in this financial year and going into next financial year. So at 4.11 in the paper and in the pack, you'll see that we've set out what the original medium-term financial plan was and some of those additional pressures. So we've added in £4 million of additional pressure around care at home at this point in time. What we also have to do is deal with the fact that we use non-recurring reserves to balance the 24-25 budget. So you'll see in that table as well that we've recognised that there's £4 million needs to be included on a recurring basis to make sure that that pressure doesn't continue. There are also some other areas of pressure emerging this year around in-house residential units and housing with care staffing models. So we're having to put in some pressures around that area as well. So all of these are increasing that budget gap for us at the moment. We've also recognised some unachievable efficiencies around agency usage in those in-house residential units. So that is just not going to be achievable. So we've recognised that as a pressure as well. And for prescribing, Tom's spoken about primary care there. So there are a number of prescribing pressures this financial year and going into next financial year. So we've recognised a pressure there as well. And that's all contributing to that £20 million over the next 3 years. We have identified some early efficiencies and a number of papers have been agreed already, including the Garden Aid project and some daycare provision papers. So we've recognised them in the paper as well. So as Gail mentioned, the budget working group, our budget strategy set out would formulate a budget working group. So our budget working group are working through those transformation and efficiency proposals, which will be coming forward for public consultation very soon. We are working towards that figure. It's really, really challenging. I can't stress how challenging this will be, and there will be really difficult decisions to be made for our IGB going forward. But hopefully that public consultation process will help with that and help us to gauge that public opinion around that. But it is an extremely challenging position. And obviously there are a number of moving parts around this year's financial position, around the pressures that continue to be seen coming through, and the funding settlement from Scottish Government and NHS. We're still to understand the full implications of that as well. So there will be a number of moving parts before we get to an agreed budget position. So I'm happy to take any additional questions around that, and hopefully Councillor Nico John, that's hopefully answered your question. But thanks.
My thanks to Officer Provost for the response.
Okay, I wonder if you're not using your microphone, could you switch it off, please? Just so everybody can get is able to speak. So, Councillor Spears. Could you switch your microphone off, please, Councillor Spears? We've got a note that you want to speak.
Well, we don't know you have that note, well, so that's why we leave our microphone on, so that we will get the chance to speak.
I think common sense would tell you that I would have a note. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you.
Hey, don't dare accuse me of not having common sense. You asked for respect at the start of this meeting. Try showing some yourself.
I never said that you didn't have common sense. I said common sense would tell you that would be. That's what happens at every meeting, Councillor Spears, and you've been here the longest. You're about to know that somebody's going to take a note.
Well aware of what happens at every meeting. And that's why we put a light on, so we have a request to speak.
You put your light on. The idea of putting the light off is so if too many lights are on, people can't even press theirs to get in to speak. Okay. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I should put on record that my family and I are leading a campaign to update Scotland's stroke awareness campaign from FAST to Be Fast. But I mention that because priority 2 of this plan says ensure people can access the right care at the right time in the right place. And during this campaign, and in my dad's own experience, it's pretty evident that people don't go to the right place at the right time because they don't know the right place to go to. They either think they go to the GP or A&E and nothing in between. So the question that I have is, how are public health campaigns being utilised to ensure that people know where to go to put pressures off GP services and A&E?
Okay, Ms. Woodcock.
Thank you for yourself, Chair. So there's a national campaign about know where to turn to, and we support the promotion of that locally as well as nationally. So there's no doubt that the navigating access to health and care services can be really complex. Services in the way are very complex, and there's lots of different pathways depending on people's needs. So we do absolutely recognise that work needs to continue in terms of ensuring it is clear where people need to go when they do need support, so they're able to receive that support as quickly and early as possible. We are working closely with our public health colleagues in NHS Forth Valley around how we can continue to support people to self-manage and also to receive early intervention where appropriate as well. I'm just again wondering if Tom might want to come in to add a little bit more context around the primary care element.
Okay, Tom, are you coming
in? If that's okay, Chair, through yourself. Again, thank you. I would refer back to my earlier answer in relation to the primary care improvement plan, which was introduced around about 2019. And of course, what I'm sure members would immediately recognise that what happened in 2020 somewhat scuppered the intention for there to be a big national campaign around the right person at the right time approaches to primary care, and so supporting people to wholly understand and embrace the idea of seeing a different kind of professional rather than the default one, which is the GP. And because of the circumstances around that and the kind of post-COVID recovery, there hasn't really been that level of campaigning work done, neither nationally nor particularly locally. And so as I indicated, that's going to be a significant priority going forward. So just as we would probably all recognise the changing dynamic of our pharmacists over the last generation or so, when it was from somebody who just seemed to dispensed chemicals out of a chemist's. I was going to name a brand there, but I decided not to. To being again an expert medical practitioner for whom you can go and get an appointment and you can get kind of low level clinical analysis done and prescriptions sometimes as well. So we need to have that similar dynamic introduced and solidified within the wider kind of community health sector. So that's part of our kind of campaign that we're going to start in terms of education and persuasion to support people to be able to understand where do all the professionals fit in, what's the relationship between the other professionals and the GP. So does the GP know I'm seeing a nurse, for example, and why I'm seeing a nurse, and what if my situation gets worse and I need to see a GP? How does all that work? So that's all part of in terms of where we are now all going with this. So hopefully that becomes not just more impactful, but more coherent for people, because I think, as Gail said there, it is a complex world to navigate for people who just suddenly find themselves unwell or in need of something and naturally default to phoning the doctor's surgery to see the doctor. And I think that we've kind of not quite taken the public with us on that and reassured them about what the new model gives to them.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. You might find this question a bit simple. It's for Mr. Tom Cowan. The IGB is responsible for overseeing the planning, management, delivery of all relevant functions within the scope of health. Can I ask a question? What is the best and most speedy method to get an appointment to see a doctor in Grangemouth?
Mr. Cowan?
Through yourself, Chair. Thank you. Obviously, it would be fair to say that I wouldn't be able to say specifically in Grangemouth, because of course there's a range of practices around. There's 48 practices in Forth Valley, and I don't know them all individually. I know some more than others, obviously. In terms of, I suppose if the question is, how do I get to see a GP? So I'd want to cross-reference with my last answer there. Then, of course, the normal way to do so would be to contact a GP. But I'm not naive about that. I know that underlying your question is that isn't that what people are already doing and they're not getting anywhere, and they're maybe phoning dozens of times, and sometimes that's a telephony system challenge, and that can be incredibly frustrating for people. But if the requirement in terms of their condition is to see a GP, then I'm sorry, the only thing I can suggest is that they continue to contact the GP. If however it's possible for them to see somebody else, then again that's a system at the moment we're still working on, but it's very difficult to give a simple answer to if the question here is about being able to actually get in touch with anybody, or whether it's to be able to get in touch with specifically a GP. I'm sorry that's not a terribly helpful answer, but in reality, at the moment, there's not a great deal we can do about the level of demand and meeting that demand through GP services, because all day, every day, GPs are in the room seeing people. It's not that they're not doing that. And we're recruiting to every post we can. It's again, it's not about we're neglecting somehow increasing the capacity. We're trying to look at a variety of methods to try and kind of offset the demand directly to GPs, because we think that that's actually the right way to do things. Again, I'm really sorry that that's not going to give you the answer you're looking for.
I'm sure that will reassure my constituents greatly. But there is a big difference between different practices and different parts of the district. And my question was, and I'll repeat it, how do you get a speedy response to get access to a GP in Grangemouth?
Through yourself, Chair, can I ask a couple of clarifying questions, if you don't mind, Councillor?
Okay.
Is that okay? Do you mean get to speak to an actual GP, or do you mean get through to the practice to be allocated somebody to see you?
As a lowly elected member at Falkirk Council, I'm constantly approached by constituents that are sometimes waiting 2 to 3 weeks to try and get to see a GP. A lot of people aren't comfortable with discussing things with receptionists, and I believe sometimes it can take you a considerable amount of time to even get through to a receptionist. So the question is, how do you get a speedy response to see a GP in Grangemouth?
Okay, through yourself, Chair. Okay, I'll take again that as a more generalised inquiry, because obviously it's coming from more than one person, right? So one of the challenges here is, of course, that these are independent businesses. There is only one of the 48 in Forth Valley that's actually, for want of a better expression, an in-house service employed directly by ourselves. The other 47 are independent businesses who are, of course, contracted, but they are independent business. But nevertheless, their individual communication systems vary quite significantly. Some of them are fairly large, complex businesses, others are less so. And therefore, the telephony and the communications and the ability to triage people through that administration system varies quite considerably. But again, I would want to push back on this idea, because often people don't want to see anybody other than a GP. And when they do communicate with a practice, it's about, I want to see a GP. And what we've been trying to do is to assist people. And I get sometimes that people find that the interface with the receptionist, who, by the way, is usually much better trained than people imagine them to be in terms of triage, is to try and identify perhaps the best first point of contact with people. But what does happen is that people are quite insistent on seeing a GP, and that's where you get into the difficulty in terms of how long you might have to wait, because there is an element of triage will happen there. There would be a determination of how serious the situation is, and therefore for you to then go into whatever is the length of time it would take for you to see a specific GP for what you have presented as your problem. So I'm not in any way blaming everybody for this. It's in some respects, it's cultural. This is how we tend to respond to, I'm not well, I need to see a GP. So there may be issues in terms of telephony and communications and capacity within individual practices in terms of managing that. They are individual businesses, and therefore we have to accommodate that reality as well. And also it may be that in some instances, people have insisted on seeing a GP, and the way they have described what's wrong with them suggests that it's not an immediate problem, because I can assure you that GP practices are acutely aware and GPs are acutely aware of how to manage people who come to them with immediacy problems and things that have to be dealt with immediately. And the responsiveness around that is actually well within the parameters of acceptability and acknowledged to be so. Again, I know that may not be the answer to the unhappiness of many constituents, and I'm sorry about that. We're doing everything we can to try and manage a complex set of situations.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Cowan. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Just a couple of quick points. If somebody phones their GP asking for an appointment, that's exactly what they should get, as far as I'm concerned. They obviously have their own reasons for asking for the appointment, and that should be down to a discussion that they hold with their doctor. What is the current figure at the moment? How many GPs are we short of? And just going back to Councillor Spear's point, a lot of the time when you phone up a GP practice, you really struggle to get past the receptionist. The receptionist isn't medically qualified to deal with your inquiry, so that should be passed on to the GP to handle. Sorry, just on the back of that as well, there's an even bigger issue with an NHS dentist. Trying to get an appointment with a dentist is even worse than trying to get one with your GP, especially in Grangemouth.
Mr. Cowan.
Thank you, through yourself, Chair. I think you raise a number of issues in there in relation to entitlement and people's expectations. I think it's, if I may say, unrealistic to expect that anybody who decides to see a GP is put through to the GP, because if you can imagine the myriad of contacts and if you look at the trajectories and you look at the graphs, the demand and contacts with GPs goes up month on month, year on year. So it has never been higher, with no sign of abating. So for GPs to take what is a full day in seeing patients out to take calls from people, and I'm not sure if that's precisely what you meant or you were just being indicative, but that wouldn't be realistic. But also, I would also push back on the notion that the receptionist is just somebody who answers the phone. That was certainly perhaps the case in the past, but GP receptionists are now part of the triage system within general practices in terms of immediately being able to understand if what is being suggested does require immediate attention or not. Now, if a person is insistent that that's not been understood, that their situation is much more complex, the GP receptionists are trained to make sure that that call is passed on to somebody else to do, who is more medically qualified to do a triage, a nurse, for example. But in the model that sits in Forth Valley, that is highly unlikely to be a conversation with the GP at that stage. It would be somebody medically qualified. But the intention there is to make sure as quickly as possible we're able to assess who requires immediate attention, and therefore we have to stop and deal with that, and who might have to wait. None of this sounds good, and none of this will feel acceptable to people who are frustrated by the challenges that they face and the time delays, etc. But in reality, we need to be able to make our GP situation sustainable. We have a situation where, whilst we have recruited well in Forth Valley, and we continue to be a place of preferred work for many GPs, GPs are, as a body of people, struggling to sustain the pressure that's placed upon them, struggling to sustain and the demand that's placed upon them. And many are considering viable alternatives in terms of medical careers. And we would want to try and avoid that happening. So I would urge people to assist members of the public to manage their expectation, be respectful. It would be fair to say that's not always the case, but not in any way wishing to generalise. But they are a vital asset to our communities, the GPs. And I think that we all have to play our part in trying to assist them to be able to manage the capacity demands. Sorry, I'm getting echo now. I'll stop.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Cowan.
Provost, can I just maybe follow up on that? I did ask for a figure as to how many GPs we were short of, and can you maybe just deal with the dental side of things as well?
Of course, yeah. So through yourself, Chair. I don't have to immediately to hand how many vacancies there are. I can certainly get that information for you, because obviously these are private businesses. They do obviously indicate to us how many vacancies they might have at certain times, but it can be quite a fluid thing in terms of bringing in interims and doing a variety of myriad of different things. I can certainly get a figure on that. In terms of dental, it's in many respects the same story. There's been a bit more over the last number of years, an ebb and flow in terms of the availability of dental practices, and certainly dental practices that were wish to do NHS work. It's a slightly different dynamic there, but some of the core elements are exactly the same in relation to these are private businesses with a contract in relation to their core funding to take NHS patients. So the availability of dental services is a bit more of a flux than has been traditionally the case in terms of GP practices, where the core business is almost exclusively NHS patients. So in any given area, there probably are inconsistencies in relation to access to dental services. But again, if anybody wants to contact me to get specific detail, I would be happy to support, getting a specific response to any area and looking at what options there might be.
Thanks for that, Tom. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Both Marie and Tom have made reference to issues about prescribing. And I'm aware that the problem of overspending on prescribing has been a very, very stubborn one, and it's not just a problem in this area, it's a problem across all integration joint boards. But I wonder if you could say a bit more about actions that are being taken to begin to bring that under some control.
To yourself, Chair. It would be fair to. It's a very good question and a very prescient question. Prescribing is, of course, a complex field, perhaps more than is realised. The most visible manifestations of prescribing is in that clinical interface, generally the GP and the patient in the room. So many people obviously imagine that that's the only determinant in the escalating costs. But there obviously are other dynamics that impact on this. You've got international market volatility. You've got market pricing, the arrival of new drugs promising a lot that will have high demand. So, for example, the Manjaro drug for the weight loss will suddenly escalate, and there will be massive expectations around getting that. And at the point in which it becomes available as a branded drug, it will be incredibly expensive. There's also the narrowing differential between the branded and generic drugs. And of course, branded drugs are the developer's drugs. And for a period of time, they are entitled to uniquely sell that on to health boards as the only version that can be used. After they come off license, it can switch over then to generic drugs, which are clinically equivalent drugs with exactly the same chemicals in them, but of course those then become across a number of companies and then become more market competitive. So the challenge, as I have indicated, is that a lot of what was assumed to be the massive price differential between the generic and branded drugs has narrowed over the last number of years. So in terms of what we're doing about it, so locally the Medicines Optimisation Board, that sits in NHS Forth Valley, examines and makes recommendations on drug utilisations, including where they assess that certain drugs have little or no clinical value, and examine the research that's available into alternatives and make recommendations on these to prescribers. And again, keep in mind that these prescribers are covered by the BMA and are independent practitioners. So the work of the Medicines Optimisation Board and the activity of the pharmacotherapy, which I referred to earlier in terms of the Primary Care Improvement Plan, is intended to address the consistency of prescribing practice and reduce unnecessary prescribing and therefore costs. However, I'm sure as members will appreciate the demand on GPs as such, as given what I've just referred to, in the 10 minutes a GP would typically have with a patient, it's very difficult to influence change in somebody's historical regime or their history with certain medications or their knowledge of certain brands, etc., and then hold a line in that time on refusing prescriptions for non-clinically proven medicines or try to shift people off onto alternatives. So along with the current activity, we're looking to align the guidance with more rigorous approaches to prescribing permissions, which would act to protect GPs from being the sole focus of unhappiness and kind of anxiety with patients when they're being told that the brand of medication is no longer being used and it's been changed to a generic, or that this medication is not proven clinically to do anything and therefore we're going to stop it. At the moment, that dynamic is very problematic. It would be fair to say, and I'm sure members recognise that. And therefore, we want to try and provide that kind of cover for GPs in order to be able to do that. However, you can't really do that in isolation, because I can imagine how upset large bodies of the public would be to this. I don't understand why this is happening to me. Is it only happening to me? Is it a rational thing to be happening, or is this unreasonable? So what we're trying to therefore do is align that with a campaign of education and information for the public on key contributions they can make, not stockpiling medications. And on that in particular, the amount of wasted medications is so significant and not always well known that issued medications can't be reused. It would be fair to say that the most expensive medications are those that don't get used, because that's a complete waste from beginning to the end of the process. There are other factors such as kind of holding a line on not taking things like, the most recognisable thing would be paracetamol and the likes from a pharmacy source, and instead, buying that locally, and looking at incentive schemes around about helping people who maybe struggle to afford even small amounts of money, how that might be done, so that we're then not passing on a higher level of cost. And of course, crucially working in terms of prescribing alternatives, and sometimes referred to as social prescribing. But of course, to avoid the prescribers facing challenges in these, we're working to ensure that there has to be a network of support that feels realistic and available and accessible to people, so that them not getting the prescription they thought they were getting isn't a kind of drop into anxiety and uncertainty. It's a move into something that would be just as reliable, more robust and long-term better for them. But all that network has to make sure it's in place. Otherwise, GPs sit in a room thinking to themselves, I know that this is not the right medication for this person. This is not the right thing for this person. So, for example, somebody whose mental well-being is not good. I don't mean mental health in terms of its definition, but in terms of unhappy, anxious, that kind of thing, that a social prescription there is far more beneficial. But they're not going to go with that unless they know for sure that an alternative is viable, available, accessible to the person, that they will definitely go, etc. So we need to make sure those are robust. Sorry, I've gone on a wee bit there, but hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Cowan. Now go to Falkirk.
Thanks, Provost. And Mr. Cowan's probably one of the best replies that I've heard in the council for a long time. Very knowledgeable on the subjects that he's been put forward. But my question
Nobody's ever accused me of that before.
My question is probably leading on for Councillor Hannah's question. And I can remember bringing this up a few years ago regarding prescription. It's the repeat prescriptions that people get. And I can just think of my late mother and father-in-law, where their cupboard was full of drugs. But how do we stop that? Because, as you say, that's probably the costliest drugs that we give out. And I know people need their medicine, but I'm sure everybody in this room will know people who have got cupboards full that they'll never use.
To yourself, Chair, again, a really good point that feels resonant to everybody. I can see there's a lot of people nodding that, and I know myself from my own family experiences that, you know, my late dad, you know, it was like a branch of Boots the Chemist. Other brands are available, obviously, because of the amount of kind of gathered medication. I suppose I've touched on some of the answers. The answers to it are in part cultural, you know, that people get anxious about periods of time when they might not be well enough to go to the doctor, or they might not be able to get to the doctor, and consequently feel that unless I've got a stockpile, I've got no resilience if things go wrong or things don't happen or over certain periods of the year. And there's also, of course, again, we're back to that fundamentals. Sometimes there's just a lack of alternatives that reassure people that there are alternatives to what you've maybe been getting for a long period of time. And of course, and I know this personally, my mother ended up for innumerable amounts of years on a medication that should have been stopped about 20 years before, and eventually had a very harmful effect on her because nobody at any stage thought to check. And I know that seems like a distant past now, but nevertheless, there's still an element here of the impact that we're able to make through pharmacotherapy and other review processes. And so, again, back to points I've touched on earlier, unless we can create some capacity in our GPs and associated professionals, we're struggling to get to that point in which we can be more acutely informed of what people really need and all the contraindications. So people will know that sometimes you get a medication for one thing in isolation and a medication for another thing in isolation, although you would think that those two things will always line up so that they don't compete with each other or do you more harm than good as a combination. Unless we're keeping on top of reviews and unless we're keeping on top of understanding exactly the various balances that are in people's system, and everybody's different, we will struggle to be able to be able to manage that. So it is a combination of factors, but we're very aware of it. We just feel that we need to, probably as a society, start to give that some serious consideration about our own participation in this, but also in terms of our systemic approaches, in terms of within our systems, to try and find ways of avoiding that being the case, that people end up feeling they have to do that. Sorry, I could go on all day, and I'm sure you're already fed up with me. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cowan. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much. If there's no further questions, we'll go to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. Actually, Mr. Cowan, I think you actually explained it quite well there. Really, I think part of my question has been explained, though. You know, and I totally agree that, you know, a lot of people are on prescribed medicine, things like that, and it's the review thing. And I think the review thing is very important. I think there could be a lot of prescriptions out there in society. It's a waste of resource, as you say. If, as Bailey Kerr said, cupboards are full of medicine been lying there, then somebody goes, picks that prescription, they've got the same thing again. And the person that might not be using it, they might have used at the beginning their initial illness. So really my question really is about reviews. Are they mandatory in GP practices, and how often should they be done? And if they're not done, is there no quota, higher up from nationally that this should happen? Because I believe that could save in a lot of resource in the NHS, having reviews of people's prescribed medication, because the likelihood is maybe a lot of it isn't used, or maybe not needed, or they maybe need a stronger medication, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
But that's my question.
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair. Again, a great question that kind of cuts to some of the heart of some of this. The question of a review process is a bit of a tricky one. There's not a statutory review process in the way that you might see in other sectors, that there's required to be an annual review, etc. But of course, GPs are subject to, all kinds of regulations, and particularly around about clinical and care governance. So without hesitation, I would say that if any GP was on this call at the moment, they would say we would want to annually review everybody's medication. But actually, the process for even doing that for the amount of people that they've got is quite a challenging one, because, of course, that's a whole set of new appointments. So on top of the demand that's already there. So, of course, that's where pharmacotherapy come in. It's where, pharmacists associated with medical practices. It's where a whole range of other kind of attempts that are done to make sure that where possible, we are keeping a regime going in terms of reviewing. And of course, we are strongly pushing that at the moment in relation to obviously the escalating costs and the potential avoidance. So we're looking all the time at how we can, as quickly and efficiently as possible, get to solid, reliable regimes of medication reviewing, because you're absolutely right. It might actually be that people need something different or something more, so that the fact that they haven't been reviewed isn't necessarily just that they've ended up with just the same stuff all the time for maybe no good reason. It could well be that they require that. So we are pressing this point, but we need to balance that against how challenging it is at the moment just to sustain things as they are, and where the additional resources would come from in order to kind of prime that review process, which we would all then recognise, which is probably pay for itself. But at the moment, I don't think we've quite got that argument over the line, and that's some of the parts we're trying to do nationally.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Cowan. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John to move our motion.
I'm going to pass over to my portfolio holder, Councillor Colley, for this one.
Okay, Councillor Colley.
Thank you very much, and I think you can hear by how interested all the members are in the work of the partnership. Before speaking to the paper, and I will do it very briefly, I promise, I would like to take the opportunity, as I always do, to thank the staff of the partnership for their work over the year. They're critical in supporting people in our communities and responding to the demographic challenge that we face. But we do face many challenges, and the work that the team are doing, led by Gail, is absolutely vital. I think when we look at the report around the annual performance report, I think it probably looks quite huge as it is. I think it's about 100 pages, but that really is only a small sample of the work that goes on every single day in people's homes, in GP practices, and in residential care, and across our communities in a number of ways. Obviously, the elected members on the scrutiny committee were able to see this report and also ask further questions earlier on this month. Sorry, that was November. Earlier on last month. I'm already a month away. And I think this enables us to have the scrutiny of the IJB that is critical as one of the key partners. I did want to mention specifically around the senior leadership structural review, and Gail has sought to refresh the service areas and trying to bring things together in the most sensible way, and that gives us the best opportunities to collaborate and align and drive forward that one team approach to respond to the demand that we are facing, and the not inconsiderable financial challenges. We have community services, which is led by Caroline, and that covers out what we would think of as a lot of our traditional social care around care at home and social work and care homes, along with our community hospitals, hospital discharge and out of hours provision. And our specialist services led by Martin and around allied health professionals, mental health, our ADP, learning disability services, but also prison healthcare. And I think sometimes we're not necessarily aware that the amount of prison provision in the Forth Valley area, and the support that those people who currently reside within those prisons need for their healthcare, and for what is an ageing prison population as well. Obviously, you've got a lot of information around the medium-term financial plan, but I'd like to note around the finance corporate services and the sterling work that Marie is doing, and you'll all be aware that there has been a number of sessions, and they've been available to the IJB members, but also to ensure that there's briefings for elected members when we're scrutinising the work of the Health and Social Care Partnership, that we understand the position that the partnership is in. And finally, around strategy and transformation, and I think obviously the biggest thing we are interested in at the moment is around primary care and prescribing. We talked about that, but that bigger picture around health improvement, about transformation, because we can't continue doing the same things in the same way and expecting different outcomes. So transformation is going to be absolutely critical, and thank you to Tom for leading that team, but also for the very detailed answers around primary care. And I think if you've got any questions, I think Tom is always available. I'm volunteering. He's always available to answer my questions and really in-depth knowledge around the work, particularly around primary care. I will briefly say something about the financial challenges, and Councillor Meikle-John asked some questions around this, and I think we cannot doubt the challenge that we face in providing health and social care at the moment, and the demand that the partnership is facing, and we will have some really difficult decisions to make going forward, and some of them we won't like. As IJB members, those of us who are on the board, and some of us as elected members will not like either. But we have to make the partnership sustainable, not just for the partnership itself, but there's a clear link to both partners, and overspends within the partnership will then become the responsibility of the council and the health board, and then will contribute towards a gap that we face, which we struggle with every single day, and we struggle with every single meeting. I would note there's a range of consultation going on around the current financial plan and the budget, and staff have been really engaged in supporting ideas of how we make savings and how we transform. And that is the way that we will be able to go forward. I would note just finally, in terms of our providers across the partnership, and we obviously have a lot of providers where in the third and independent sector, but also independent contractors like GP practices and dental practices, and the demands that they are facing but also to pay tribute to the work that they are doing. And I think sometimes it's easy to feel quite angry when you're not necessarily feel that you're getting the service that you feel that you should be getting. But they are working day in, day out to respond to the demands of our communities. So I'll leave it at that and just formally note my thanks for the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. The other seconder.
Provost, I'll have much pleasure in seconding the paper and would associate myself with the comments from Councillor Colley, particularly our thanks to the staff who are working under quite difficult circumstances, both those on the front line and those behind the scenes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Now go to Councillor Hannah if she's any comments.
I would just echo the thanks to the staff who have worked very, very hard, and I've been very pleased that they are now finding the time in their difficult schedules to provide extensive briefings for all councillors, because we do all have to take an interest in these services, but have no other comments to make except my heartfelt thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Bailey Care.
I think everyone else has said, no further comment.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Spears.
I think we have heard quite a lot today. I would like to thank the group for their deliberation, but there was also many messages sent today, and I hope these messages are taken on board very, very seriously, because these messages will not go away, and we look forward to seeing an improved service to our constituents and the people of our district. So I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I look forward to meeting you again for an update on how things have vastly improved.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to any independent members if they want to say anything. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, and I'd also like to thank all the staff and those particularly that's come to committee today to answer these questions. I think that rather than prolong the debate, I'm happy to take up Councillor Colley's invitation to get in touch about some questions. And as somebody with a complex condition, I think there are many ways in terms of how we join up that care that are still very important that we make progress on. But I'm happy to take those offline and look forward to speaking to you. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had a good discussion around this, and as Councillor Spears mentioned, a lot of good questions asked. So we're asked to note the report, so can we note the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. We'll now take a 10-minute comfort break before we move to the next item, which is the Learning Week. Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll now go to agenda item 6, Education Service Redesign Learning Week, proposal update pages 22 to 188 and supplementary report. And first of all, we'll go to Mr. Moody to explain what motion and amendments we have.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And one of the aspects of our new standing orders, as members will know, is that motions and amendments are submitted in advance. And I think it may be helpful just to clarify the position in relation to those. So one motion and 2 amendments were submitted in advance of the deadline within the standing orders, and those were duly published on Tuesday and circulated among members. I think it may be helpful to advise members that the 2 amendments have now been consolidated, and Councillor Hanna has circulated the consolidated amendment by email, and there is also a printed copy available to members within the room. In terms of the substance of the motion and the now single amendment, I think it may be helpful just to note that there were originally 3 substantive propositions before the Council from the Director's report, one in relation to the asymmetric week, one in relation to a reduction of the learning hours for primary schools, and an equivalent proposal in relation to secondary schools. I think it may be helpful, just in terms of the scope of the discussion going forward, to note that in relation to 2 and 3, so that is both proposals in relation to the learning week, both the motion and the now single consolidated amendment do not propose to agree those 2 propositions. The substantive difference largely now lies in relation to the issue of the asymmetric week, whereas the amendment says no to that at this meeting. The motion proposes to carry that forward for further consideration at your budget meeting. So thank you, Professor. I thought it was helpful just to clarify the position with the motion and now single amendment for the benefit of members.
Okay, thanks very much for that clarification. We've had 3 deputation requests. Declan McGavin, NYSP, Liam Tate and Gemma Ferry also made a request, but her deputation request has been withdrawn. So I'd like to ask the Council if I agree to hear these 2 deputation requests.
Agreed.
Okay. Right. You go first, Declan?
Yep.
Okay, so you'll have 10 minutes, and then members can ask questions of you on the substance of the report. Okay, carry on.
Thank you, Provost. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Declan McGavin, and I'm a member of the Scottish Youth Parliament for Falkirk East. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Scottish Youth Parliament and the young people across this district who deserve to have their voices heard. Before coming here today, we consulted hundreds of young people who overwhelmingly oppose this proposal. The Scottish Youth Parliament and Falkirk MSYPs welcome the efforts of the SNP administration, the Labour Group and Councillor Murtagh to reject any reduction in the school hours. Many children and young people share my belief that reducing school hours would put Falkirk students at a distinct disadvantage compared to our neighbouring authorities. This would be devastating for education in Falkirk, leading to lower attainment, reduced attendance, and fewer school leavers entering a positive destination. Thankfully, this proposal has effectively been withdrawn. It's very unlikely that such a devastating cut will go ahead. The red line for us in the Scottish Youth Parliament is any proposal undermining children's UNCRC rights. As you know, at the start of the year, the Scottish Parliament introduced the UNCRC Incorporation Act, which places an obligation on public authorities to ensure children's rights are protected, respected, and considered in all decisions. This proposal did not appear to fully meet those standards. The report suggests that a children's right impact assessment has been completed. Fortunately, I cannot find it anywhere in the report, and the impact on the UNCRC does not appear to be a consideration. The UNCRC and children's rights are far too important to be overlooked, especially in a proposal like this. In the future, it is important that a children's rights impact assessment accompanies any proposal that affects education, and that upholding children's rights remains at the centre of decision making. Failing to consider the UNCRC has severe consequences, not only for children and young people, but potentially for the authority itself. Moving forward, the Council needs to embrace a youth-centred approach. Young people need your support. They don't want to see cuts in education. They worry about their attainment, future opportunities, and what lies ahead once they leave school. We should be building the confidence of young people instead of arguing amongst ourselves. Education is our lifeblood, made up of knowledge and skills that give development, maturity, and structure to the youth of today. Education isn't just a cost, it's an investment in the future of Scotland. Any cuts to education, whether it's a reduction in teachers, narrowing of the curriculum, or the removal of home-to-school transportation, will have long-term consequences far greater than any short-term savings. Students should not be a financial burden. They are the future of Scotland. Let us give them the support that they need. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Declan. I think before we take questions, we'll just go straight to Leanne, because I'm sure the questions they'll overlap anyway.
Hi, thank you for hearing from me. I'm Leanne Tate. I'm a mum and resident of Falkirk, and I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to us today, and I'm also really appreciative of the fact that the proposed learning cuts are somewhat off the table at this point. I would like to my worry is obviously as a mum is my kids' education, but also the education of kids in Falkirk. And I think we all love living in Falkirk, and we don't want Falkirk to have a second-class education system to the rest of our other councils in Scotland. And I think the cuts really worry me that when my kids get to the point of the job market, university market, they're going to be more disadvantaged than any other kid in Scotland, and I don't think that should be the case. I feel an education budget in terms of cutting hours should never ever be considered as exactly as Declan says. These are the kids' future. This is not our future, it's the future of our children, and we shouldn't be putting anything in that's going to stand in their way. And I really hope that you can consider that in terms of taking this motion off the table for good. I think this has been a significant stress for parents in the community and as well for the children. My little girl's only 9, she's in primary school, and she's been worried about this for the last 6 months, and I think this is not something a 9-year-old should be worried about. I've also got a 6-year-old who's in primary 2, so this is his whole education that you're going to affect, and I think it's so important that our kids have equality both in Falkirk to other councils, but also our kids in Falkirk, so our kids who have got normal learning needs to our kids with additional support needs, they should all be the exact same. No cuts should be applied to one group over the other. I think I contacted all of you with our petition as well that your constituents have signed. We've got over 5,000 signatures on that being against any changes to education. And I'm sure you've all been inundated over the last few months from your local constituents overwhelmingly wishing this will not happen. From a personal point of view, this has been exceptionally stressful, and I don't want to have to go through this again. I really hope that this just gets taken off the table and is no longer an issue that will be raised. I appreciate your difficult position with your budget, and I don't have any solutions for that. And I hope the fact that the Scottish Government are now putting more money into your budget will mean that this is no longer an issue. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Leanne. We'll now open up for questions from members to Leanne and Declan. Siobhan. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you to both our deputations. Really appreciate you coming today, taking time out of busy schedules to be here for what is obviously a very important issue for all of us. I do just have a couple of questions. Declan, just given your role as MSYP, I'm going to put you on the spot slightly. But I think that you're in a unique position to give certainly your opinion on this. Two factors you mentioned there on the UNCRC. You know, up until this week, it was a very real possibility that the schools were going to be closing early on a Friday. And I know you said that not much consideration has really been reflected in the report about the UNCRC. I was wondering if you could just give us a little bit more insight of how you would see that working out, because although we are still pushing today to stop this decision from taking place and hopefully taking it off the table in the near future as well, I think it is significant to note that, of course, the UNCRC is in law and what the ramifications might look like for that. And equally, you touched on the impacts, the equalities impact assessments, and just from your perspective as well. I know that we were going to have Gemma here today. Unfortunately, she's not been able to make it. But as you know, we as a council acknowledged care experience as a protected characteristic. So I wondered if you can maybe just touch on your perception of how that would work also. Thanks.
Okay, yep. So for the elements of the UNCRC, it's a mouthful to say, that we believe that would be affected would be Article 28 and 29. So for this proposal specifically, we think that it would have breached Article 28 because it would diminish children's access to a quality education, and it would disproportionately affect vulnerable students, especially those who rely on in-class support. Article 29, which is the goals of education, states that education has to develop children's talents, abilities, and personalities to their fullest potential. As a result of reduced hours in school, we think that would definitely be impacted on the issue of care experienced individuals. I know it was highlighted in the EPIA. I've not got a copy of the report here, so I can't remember what it states specifically. I'm not care experienced myself. None of the Falkirk MSYPs are, so I don't really want to speak on behalf of their group if they experience something completely different than what I think they would experience themselves. Is that okay? Does that answer the questions?
Thank you very much. I knew I did put you on the spot there, but I knew you were up to the task, so I really appreciate your insight on that. And if I could just go to, and I am going to give you your full title, Dr. Tate, because I think it's very apt today, given the conversations that we've taken place already this morning. I think it is pertinent to acknowledge that you are a working GP, an NHS doctor, working in the Falkirk area. So I would like to, one, just give our thanks for organising the petition and galvanising the residents of Falkirk, bringing awareness to it, because whichever side of the debate you lie on, I think undoubtedly having as much feedback and having residents informed as best as we can is beneficial to all of us. So honestly, many thanks to that for the toil that you've put in on that. Can I ask if, and thankfully, you know, the discussion has taken a different shift today, but it is still lingering. So I was wondering if you could just comment, both as a working GP and as a parent, what kind of toll is this taking, the uncertainty of it and the logistical impacts of having to arrange childcare and balancing work-life balance, whilst also having this kind of decision still up in the air. So just how would it be of benefit to know that this is a chapter that has been closed today versus having it coming back up again in a few months' time?
So it's an interesting one, because I think as a GP, one of our areas of expertise is dealing with uncertainty, you know, compared to a lot of other kind of medical things. So I feel it's an area that I'm comfortable with, but not when it comes to my children's education. And when this all kind of really came to the forefront, I would say, from a personal note, this was more stressful to me than my day-to-day GP job. And for a lot of it, it felt particularly like a full-time job, trying to organise everything, which I'm more than happy to do. But I think the thought of having to do this again, oh my goodness, it would not be, I would not relish it. I would do it again, and I would do it again and again and again, anything for the children's education. But it has been a significant impact on, you know, my family's quality of life. And I think everyone that I speak to is worried about this, and you think this is not something that we should really be having to even worry about. And in terms of childcare, I know that's not the council's responsibility, but from my own personal situation, when I was thinking about this, genuinely was having to consider, would I have to give up my Friday afternoon session because I work a Friday, because I don't have childcare. So, you know, I might have to give up some of my precious working hours, and I'm sure many other of your constituents would be in the same position of not having childcare in place, so have to either take a financial penalty themselves or think about rescheduling their work, giving up their work. I just think this has to go away. To be honest, it should not be a thing where our children are the ones that are going to suffer for financial reasons. And I'm not sure my mental health can take it much longer. So yes, it's been a significant strain, I think, for all parents in Falkirk, and I'm sure for all of you as well. I appreciate it's not a decision any of you want to take lightly, but it has a significant impact on parents and on, like I say, on the children as well.
Thank you, Dr. Tate. I really appreciate your insight today. That's all, Provost.
Thank you very much. Now go to Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Provost. And I've a question for Declan specifically, and then a wee kind of follow on for Len as well. But thank you for both coming along. Obviously noting that there's no changes to the learning hours and they're off the table. But Declan, you mentioned when you were talking there about your consultation with hundreds of young people on these proposals. Did this consultation ask specifically if they supported the potential of the asymmetric week, or was it more centred around the learning hours? And on the back of that as well, ask Leanne sort of the same question. What is her opinion on the asymmetric week, rather than the changes to learning hours that I'll continue to say are off the table?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, our consultation mainly focused around consulting the young people on the actual cut to education. It wasn't the asymmetric week in itself. Yesterday I was in St Mungo's and I did discuss the asymmetric week with some of the classes that I spoke to, because I knew that it may be a consideration in the future. Overall, while not a lot of people support the cuts, from what people were saying to me yesterday, they would still like to see the asymmetric week, you know, a half day on a Friday with the hours moved elsewhere, and that does have, you know, its own benefits that are stated in the report of feeling less stressed, etc. Whereas you wouldn't get that if the cuts were included to hours.
So again, I would kind of say the same as Declan. I think the predominant discussion amongst parents has been about the cuts rather than an asymmetric week, and I think, you know, obviously lots of other councils do have the asymmetric week very successfully. I can only sort of speak in terms of my local area where I live. there's very little access to extra childcare. There's very few childminders with spaces, and the after-school club is full. So I think my concern, which I've already said, I don't think is obviously something that council necessarily have to consider, is where is the childcare for Friday afternoons if the asymmetric week happens? If you put me on the spot and said it's the asymmetric week or the cuts, I would for sure take the asymmetric week. But I do think we need to consider where are parents going to get childcare from locally. Obviously, parents of secondary age kids maybe have less concern of that, but for those of us in primary school that can't leave our kids at home, where are we going to find childcare locally? I'm not sure what is available for people to get childcare to do an asymmetric week.
Thanks for the answers, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner. We'll now go to Councillor Spears, then Councillor Murtagh.
Okay, thank you, Provost. I would like to thank you both for coming along today. I must say, what you've said is what we already know. Do you think, and my question is to both of you, that Falkirk Council owes our school children and our parents a public apology for what they have put you through? People have changed their jobs. People have had to rope in grandparents, relatives. People have already started to be financially worse off because of this motion that's come forward. Our students, I thought we were over the days of the old 11 plus and people were told what they could be at a very early age. But if your parents could afford tutors, then that was okay. But this isn't really what this council should be about. And I personally think, and on behalf of the non-aligned group, I would apologise to you for what you have been put through.
Okay, Kim, you want to reply?
Thank you. I appreciate that sentiment. I really do. And yeah, I appreciate your situation, though, that you have this massive budget deficit. And of course, you have to make very difficult decisions on behalf of your constituents. So I do appreciate your situation as well. Yes, it's been stressful for everybody. As to apology, I personally don't feel that it matters. I think as long as the right decision gets made today, that's all I can wish for, that you think of our kids and their future. This is not our future, it's not your future, it's their future, and they're not getting, they don't vote, they don't vote for you, they don't vote for the government, so we have to act on their behalf. And I think that's all I can ask for from you today. Apology, lovely, but just make the right decision. That's all.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in. And obviously, I know the significant work that you've put in over the last year, it feels like, so thank you for that. My question is similar to what Councillor Garner asked, and it's specifically around that. We've heard from Mr. Moody at the start that the main difference is that, yes, all motions and amendments have the learning hours cut off the table, which is great news and very welcome. But there is still a potential for that asymmetric proposal. And I think, as has been acknowledged, because what you were saying is that parents have been mostly exercised about that particular issue, about the cut to the learning hours, and the asymmetric week is sat slightly to the side of that. But do you feel that, if a decision was made in February, for example, for the August intake, the August start, sorry, that's okay. So yeah, if that was the case, and obviously it's not just extra childcare on a Friday, it's also the change in other days' working patterns too, that would have a significant impact, particularly perhaps on those who are in a less well-off position and those who are more disadvantaged, both from a poverty perspective, but also for particularly women and those with disabilities who tend to be in less secure jobs as well. What can you elaborate a bit on your previous answer about that? And that's to you both if you want to come in on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the asymmetric week, I think, has been less really in the public chat. I think that the focus has, of course, been on the cuts. So I think the asymmetric week has been sort of in the shadows almost of all of this discussion. And of course, now the cuts are off the table at this point in time, that is a good focus. I think, my worry about the learning cuts in the first place, and I think it applies to the asymmetric week as well, is for our vulnerable children in the community who find school as a place of safety, a place of sanctuary from some things that may be going on at home. It's a place of warmth in the winter. It's a place of, school meals and social aspects that they may or may not get. We know there are child carers out in the community, and school is their respite from doing that as well. So I think the impact of having a Friday afternoon off is that, of course, there's lots of pros to that as well, but we do need to think about these vulnerable kids, I think. And I guess our vulnerable families as well, exactly as you say, if you are now in a position of I need to find childcare from 12:30 till 3 o'clock, childcare is, of course, expensive. And where does that money come from? So the choice is, do we take out of our family budget and we have less to spend on food or activities or heat, or do we work less so we can look after our children and therefore make less money, pay less tax overall to the government? It has to be considered. And then, yeah, you're going to have a longer Monday to Thursday, but really in terms of your childcare situation, that really won't make a huge difference because it'll just be a little bit earlier and a little bit later. It's probably less impactful than the Friday. I can see, of course, lots of kids will like the idea of having a Friday afternoon off and think they're going to get to do lots of things. But if you're in a financial position where you can't afford to take your kids out for educational activities, what are the kids doing in that 2.5 hours that they're not at school? Is this more telly time, more iPad time? I feel certainly my kids get too much iPad time as it is. I don't want them sitting on the iPad for another 2.5 hours doing YouTube versus doing schoolwork. Either or, I don't want them sitting at home on the iPad. And I think, a lot of children will be in a situation where they have no other choice but to sit and entertain themselves for 2.5 hours. And that's not ideal for them at all. I don't know if that quite answers your question. I went a bit sort of off on a tangent there, sorry.
I don't know if Declan has anything to add, but I have another question. Obviously, I know Councillor Paston also brought up about, you mentioned the UNCRC and you particularly mentioned the children's rights wellbeing assessments, which, although they're not a mandatory part, I'm very much in favour, like yourself, and importance of the Unfearty campaigns to make children's rights real is a real passion. But one thing that's, you mentioned about your survey, and one thing that's kind of clear from the report is that sort of disparity in kind of numbers and in attitudes as well. And I wonder if you can comment on, we all know, and we're updating our consultation and engagement strategies, and we were discussing that executive last week. But from your point of view, how could we as a council have improved how we engage with young people directly to get to, to more meaningful representative answers? Because it's very valuable to have you here as an MSYP and a former rep to the Education Committee also. But do you feel that there's maybe a disconnect between what you're saying and what your survey shows and what's in the report? How can we make that better?
So yeah, I completely agree. I feel like the council can do a lot more in regards to children's rights. I think the report states that a CREA has been done. I can find it in the report anywhere, the actual document, but the report does state that it has been done. It's quite disappointing that we can't actually see it. And yeah, children's rights is just such complex topic that it does need its own, individual assessment to be done. It's for it to be done within an APIA, it gets condensed, I'm assuming, into the age characteristic, and for this instance, it would have been condensed to one sentence. So a lot more does need to be done, especially when it comes to decisions like these that will have such an impact on children's education.
Okay, thanks very much. And thanks to Declan and Leanne for coming along. And you answered the questions very well. So you can now return to your seats and listen to the debate. So the report and the supplementary report by the Director of Education for this item, these reports should be taken as read, obviously. But I'll now ask Amanda to provide a short update on the budget as it does affect this report. So just a very short update.
Thank you, Provost. So I just want to provide an update on where we are in terms of the budget information that we've received to date. So we did receive a letter on the 4th of December which set out the overall budget for local government. That was circulated. There was a further letter received on Learning Week and teaching hours on the 10th of December. So that letter confirms the intention to freeze learning hours in 25-26 with an intention to establish a statutory minimum number of learning hours and also to define what a learning hour actually means. The letter also confirms that £186.5 million of funding is dependent on maintaining teacher numbers at 2023 levels, and for Falkirk that level was 1,683. Falkirk has consistently held our teacher numbers at round about 1,651. It was 1,653 in 2024, and the 2023 census figure is an anomaly for Falkirk. So we are unclear at this point how the Scottish Government will view this. Falkirk's share of the 186.5 million is roughly 5.3 million. The letter does set out some exceptions that could be considered when we're looking at the numbers, but at this stage it's not clear how these would impact on Falkirk Council, and work is ongoing to establish that. We also need to understand when we will know what exceptions will be considered, because for 24-25 we've only just had confirmation this week that we will get the release of our share of the £146.5 million of funding that was ring-fenced for teacher numbers in 24-25. All local authorities will get their share of the funding with no penalties. But what we want to avoid is waiting till next December to get that confirmation for the 25-26 budget. The detailed budget allocations are due today and they will take time to work through. We don't have them yet. We still don't have our allocation letter. We've not seen any of the individual spreadsheets. So we'll get no further update in terms of Falkirk specific implications. And then I think other points just to note in the letter that we received are that there's a commitment to work towards the reduction of class contact time. Now that in its nature will suggest that we need to increase teachers over a period or retain more teachers with following school rules, but we still have to understand what that means in practice. The commitment is to work towards it. And there's also the establishment of an Education Assurance Board referenced in the letter. So that's all the areas of updates that I would pull out from that 10th of December letter. But I'm happy to take any questions. Obviously.
Okay, thanks very much. And now open up for questions to officers. So if anybody's got any questions they'd like to ask officers.
Provost.
Councillor Meikle-John, then Councillor Patterson.
Okay, thank you, Provost, and I thank Ms Templeman for that very brief update. But my questions will probably be one to the service and one to Ms Templeman. I just wondered if service could give an overview of what their views are in taking both A, the Learning Week, and B, the asymmetric week off the table completely.
I'll respond to that one if that's okay. Thank you. I mean, as you're aware, this follows the result of an extensive consultation that was as a result of discussions and decisions that were taken last February at budget time, where we were asked to engage with parents, staff, communities, pupils, young people, regarding the proposals for Learning Week and regarding the proposals for Asymmetric Week, as part of meeting the responsibilities around making sure the council has a balanced budget. Now, we are always looking for operational efficiencies. Over the last 5 years, as you're aware of this, and as it states in the report, there are £18.51 million of savings that have come from children's services against the backdrop of maintaining teacher numbers and providing statutory provision within early learning and childcare. We have other reviews underway that may deliver significant savings in the years to come, specifically our ASN review and our Learning the State review. But the challenges facing the council are more immediate than that in 25-26 particularly, and savings from those reviews, if there are any savings that come from those reviews, would be in future years. So if the Asymmetric Week and the Learning Week is not taken, there therefore then remains an additional budget gap of £6.3 million. And there are other strategies which are detailed in the financial strategy document. But whilst we can or we could assure to the best of our ability that there would be no or limited impact on young people's attainment with the proposals around the Learning Week, which was around protecting the quality and outcomes for our young people, the other proposals which are listed in the financial strategy, I would give no assurance that there would not be a significant negative impact as a result of those being implemented. There are no millions of pounds hiding, which is why we've been very thorough in terms of our consultation and our engagement around the Learning Week with our communities and with our young people. So other savings will have to be found. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just add to that from a financial perspective, obviously the challenge we have is our statutory responsibility to balance the budget. And education and social work is over 70% of the council's budget. And obviously there's, members are the decision makers, and members can take options off the table as they wish, but we really need to start thinking about, if we're taking these options off the table, what are we putting on the table instead, and how are we going to balance that budget, because we don't want to risk breaching that statutory responsibility. So I think we need to have that conversation where we're saying, if things are being removed, what's been added in instead. That's where we really need to get to. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Provost. And just, you almost answered my second question, Amanda, which is more in your domain. Can you see any way through our budget process for 25-26, or as part of our medium-term financial plan, continuing to protect education's share of the budget, considering it is over 50%? I appreciate it's a very direct question, but I think it'd be helpful to put in perspective.
So if we refer back to the financial strategy identified that if we accepted all the savings that were on the table, which included these ones, we would still have to increase council tax by 10 to 15% every year over the next 5 years to be able to get to a balanced budget position. So the more that we remove from our savings line, and if we don't find things to replace that savings line, then we will end up having to look to much, much higher levels of council tax. And part of the reason I say that is because, as I say, education and social work is 70% of the budget. We're not allowed to reduce the payment to the IJB, and we know that actually they're under significant pressure, so arguably we would struggle to do that in any case. That means that there's sort of 30% of the budget left. Now, of that 30%, we deliver a lot of statutory services. We deliver roads, we deliver waste, we pay borrowing costs. So we can't take all of the savings from that 30%. What that means is there's just, if we protect education and social work in full, there's not enough in that 30% to balance the budget. And so the only other place you can go is very, very high council tax rises. So I think it would be incredibly difficult to set aside that 70% completely and not touch it over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now we've got Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. I do have a couple of questions. I completely appreciate the amount of information that was in the reports. Have been comprehensive, but of course, both for us and for the public watching, you know, there's been a lot of new information and the goalposts have shifted slightly in the last few days. So you have touched on these issues, but I was just hoping for a little bit more clarification. This could either be Mr. Reid or Ms. Templeman, whoever wants to jump in, or both, I don't mind. You know, we still don't have the full information of how the Scottish Government would react if we were to take any decisions. So when we're talking about the SNP motion is saying that we could revisit this in the spring, am I right in understanding that if we delay a decision till then or postpone a decision until then, one, we don't have the full information about how the Scottish Government would react, and two, we wouldn't make the savings in time for this financial year for the budget that was approved in February, which accepted the council tax freeze at that time. So just for clarity, if we don't take, sorry, there's some echo on the microphones
I just want
at the
to
moment.
clarify that the only thing that's on the table is the asymmetric week, and I think Councillor Patterson's question is confusing that issue. In relation to the asymmetric week, there would be no implications from Scottish Government in doing that, because that would be for a local decision.
Okay,
thank you. That is what I'm looking for clarity on, because you know, we're not taking this decision alone today, which is why I was directing it to the heads of services. But thank you for your insight there, Miss Councillor Meikle-John. If we don't take the decision, as being suggested with the two motions, to cut the school hours today, presumably we're not making the financial savings in time. And I think that that is an important point to make clear today, because it impacts all of our decisions moving forward as well. So clarity on that would be muchly appreciated. And yes, my second point is the savings then. And again, I think it's been touched on today that we haven't had a massive focus from parents or from council itself on the asymmetric week alone, because that's only really been brought forward in the last few days. The savings on the asymmetric week alone, if you could just comment on how much they are and give some kind of insight to what kind of percentage that saving is in the grand scheme of the savings that need to be made if we accept the asymmetric alone. Sorry, there was just some chatter in the room there. So if you could just comment on that as well, that would be really appreciated for both everyone in the room and those at home watching.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, Councillor Forrest, are you trying to mouth something to me?
I was just wondering where you came from with the asymmetric week only coming forward in the last couple of days. It's been a long time coming, actually.
Provost, is this an appropriate part of the meeting to be having discussions across the table?
No, I don't think anybody should be doing that. No.
Thank you, Provost. Neither do I. But Councillor Patterson asked me, and I thought it was the decent thing to do was reply.
No.
Councillor Forrest, just for clarification, I did ask as it was being mouthed across the room at me. So if comments are going to be made, they should be made on microphone.
Point of order. Can I have a point of order? I think we're descending into chaos here. Can we have all comments through the chair, and I think if people are referenced in the thing, then the appropriate thing is to wait till the person's finished speaking, as I understand, and then to do a 19-1. And I think we need to return to that and be very firm on that, because this is an emotive issue, but we're getting out of control here.
Okay. Mr. Reid, carry on.
Right, thank you, Councillor Patterson, through yourself, Provost. I'll start with the final point, Councillor Patterson, regarding the asymmetric week, that the savings, whilst they are relatively small in relation to the size of the budget gap, the savings would be around £250,000 for an asymmetric week, maintaining the number of learning hours as they currently are. Yes, they're relatively small, but cumulatively, these relatively small amounts of money add up to make millions of pounds of money. And there are no hidden millions, as I alluded to earlier. So I will not be able to come along and present further options that are worth millions of pounds. So the importance of the smaller decisions stacking up to contribute to that gap is really important. The Scottish Government do not have a view on an asymmetric week. They have a view on the number of learning hours and what constitutes as a learning hour, as we've heard from Ms. Templeman. And an asymmetric week is already the norm in a quarter of the country, in 8 local authorities, and actually in some establishments across different sectors in a further 19 authorities, although not uniform. Now, there are huge benefits for teacher professional learning and collaboration that add to the quality of what our young people receive in classrooms. And our number one aim in all of this has been about protecting outcomes for our young people. And there's the feedback that we received from the 8,700 young people who we involved in part of this consultation, and then a smaller number in small groups, indicated that there would be a positive impact on their mental health, and staff indicated that as well. And I think Declan also picked up on that earlier. I think what's really important to note about the asymmetric week, and this is important to know, it is not, as it is sometimes referred to, a half-day Friday. In secondary, there would still be 4 out of the 6 periods on a Friday. There would still be lunch provision, and there would still be a lunch time, after which the end of the day would kick in. And in primary, the lunches and the provision of lunches and the lunchtime would still be there, and the couple of hours or so, the day would end earlier than normal on Friday. But overall, the total number of learning hours would be protected, and I think that's really important. There are, of course, opportunities for additional growth in business for childcare providers that Dr. Tate mentioned are in short supply. We've had initial discussions with them. One of the mitigations in the report was to follow up those discussions if and when it was appropriate to have those and work with the providers. And of course, there's also the opportunity for increased revenue from lets, because the school buildings would be sitting empty on a Friday afternoon. In terms of the other points you make in relation to the additional funding that's been announced by the Scottish Government and the learning hours and the teacher numbers, we're waiting on clarification for exactly what that means. So I wouldn't be able to provide more of an update than what's already been provided by Ms. Templeman.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Reid. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And although I'd intended this to be my last question, given that it was just been raised, I wanted to ask about the issues around childcare and mitigation, etc. So at the last meeting, the Director made it clear that an asymmetric week, which included the learning hours cuts, which is now off the table, but it could not be implemented from a budget time to the start of the new term. And this, of course, it was different to the advice that was given to councillors but prior to the last budget, even with the consultation period. But I have had discussions offline on this, and I'm content to leave it at that. But I do want to ask, in terms of mitigations around childcare, and you mentioned some of the discussions, pre-discussions that you've had, but in terms of mitigations around childcare for an asymmetric week, is that enough time, if a decision was made early March or late February, to put things in place for anybody who might need it, particularly bearing in mind it would affect those who perhaps are less well off or in less secure employment? Would that be enough time to guarantee that that was in place? And you mentioned the £250,000 overall saving. What impact would putting in place mitigation for children who needed it have on that saving of 250,000? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. First of all, the ability to implement an asymmetric week, if a decision was taken in February, March time on its own without reducing the learning hours, there would be sufficient time to do that for August 25, because it does not impact on the teacher numbers and the workforce planning cycles that take place prior to that would be impacted by a reduction in the overall learning hours. It is a £250,000 saving for the asymmetric week on its own. What we detailed in the report, if the learning hours and the asymmetric week was taken, would be to look at and further explore the creation of hubs for around 25% of the primary population. But there is a cost to that of around £450,000. So the cost would be more than the saving. Now, the experience from local authorities who have asymmetric weeks and who moved recently to an asymmetric week and put provision in place for pupils to access exactly that, the experience would show that there's not a great uptake for that, and that the principal way that childcare was provided was either through private providers and clubs. And I do anticipate that we'd still have the same amount of extracurricular activities taking place in our schools as we've currently got. So I don't see why Friday afternoon would be different to that. Or in parents who are now working from home or who are able and have the ability to, and I appreciate not everyone has, to change their working pattern.
So to follow up on that, because as you say, and then we know there's a great push to get everybody back to the office in many areas as well, and you know that situation does complicate it. But as you say, many, particularly in lower employment, earnings brackets, don't have the sort of flexibility for working from home, and that's important. So what you're saying is that the 450,000, did you say that it would cost for putting in hubs? Now, the asymmetric week proposal was over £6 million, so it was a case of, well, that's, a trade-off and that's worth it. But if we implemented purely an asymmetric week and had I'm not saying a half-day Friday, but time off on the Friday afternoon, there's no proposal to put those hubs in, because effectively it would cost more to put those hubs in than what it would do in terms of making the saving. So, and just perhaps because it follows up also, because I've mentioned also that it is about extending the other days, which in places where childminders are, in short supply, it's not easy being a childminder in terms of a financial model, but that will reduce the time that children potentially are with the childminder too, and that might make things less viable for them as well. Has there been assessment of what the impact on their business model will be if we do that side of things as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, to confirm, there would be no proposal to introduce the hubs if asymmetric was only taken on its own. We would be relying on the discussions with providers out of school, after clubs, whatever, combined with what is being provided by different parts of the service. So we would be looking at what do our active schools teams do, what do our YMI teams do, what extracurricular activities can be provided, and these would be, obviously at the moment they are at no cost, so they would continue to be at no cost, but we wouldn't be proposing to start activity hubs that cost the council more than what would be being saved. And the impact on business models, while there would be a slightly longer model, longer day on each of the Monday to Thursdays, there's obviously the opportunity to make up that difference on a Friday afternoon, and those would be the discussions that we would be having with providers if and when it was appropriate to do so.
Okay, so just to finally to round off on this topic, when we put forward a proposal to mitigate, based on the impact it would have on parents on a Friday afternoon, that was based on the impact that it would have for them. Having an asymmetric week is going to have the same impact in terms of the childcare element. And what we're saying is, but we are not proposing to do anything to mitigate against that. So it makes the issue, and particularly the EPIA situation, very different. And I wonder why we would propose to mitigate in one circumstance for impact, but we have exactly the same impact on that issue, but we're not proposing to mitigate. And I know the answer is because financially it makes no sense. But from a why would we propose mitigating it in the first place if it's acceptable not to mitigate it at all?
Thank you. You're correct. It's financial reasons that there would be 6.3 million saved from the learning week and the asymmetric week, and only 250,000 from the asymmetric week on its own.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So I want to go back to some financial questions, if that's all right. And with regards to the supplementary agenda, it briefly outlines the financial position, and I'm grateful to Amanda for the update that she's given and a number of questions that have kind of answered some of the things that I've been looking at. So I will try and cut this down if I can. But firstly, Amanda mentioned the uplift from the kind of £145 million, which gratefully has been released now, to the 186. And that's very welcome. But will it cover, because in the supplementary report there was some information about this, so will it cover the additional cost of us increasing our teacher numbers to the 2023 levels? Like if we have to do that in the next financial year, what's the shortfall on that?
It won't cover, the additional funding wouldn't cover the cost, so there would be a shortfall. I think it was around £900,000.
Right, okay.
Can I just add to that question, Councillor Murtagh, if it's okay? The important point is that that money isn't to fund additional teachers, and I think this is in the supplementary report, it's to fund the additional cost of those teachers, not additional teachers, so it would cause an issue for us. But those are discussions that we are still waiting to have with the Scottish Government around what our target actually is going to be.
Thank you. But just to clarify, at the moment, because we don't have clarity about what the mitigations might be in the conditions, as we said before, the working assumption is that we would be 2023 levels, so we would have a significant shortfall, which I think Amanda said 900,000. So we're adding to the gap from that point of view. And I know there is additional funding from non-directed spend, but we don't have the clarity on that either. And we don't know what's happening with national insurance. So we don't know at this stage is what I'm saying. So so kind of going on from that. So I know that we had that additional document, which Amanda referenced, and that was released to us, I think, after the financial strategy group met on Tuesday. And, forgive me if other members are more in the know, but independent members aren't allowed to go to financial strategy groups. So I don't have maybe the context the same. But it elaborated on the statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Education that the Cabinet Secretary for Education made on Tuesday in Parliament, and the joint statement that was then issued with COSLA that day. And perhaps this is a question for the Chief Executive, I don't know, but is there a copy of that agreement, and what are the terms of it? And I think probably quite crucially, how and when did COSLA come to make that agreement? And given that the information on the financial consequences, which has just been given by Amanda and John there, are we bound by that agreement, or does the principle of local decision making still actually apply to what we do in this chamber?
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Murtagh. So the letter was issued on Tuesday afternoon, and that set out it came to Chief Executives, Directors of Education and Chief Finance Officers, and that set out what had been agreed between the government and COSLA. I don't see any reason why that can't be shared. I mean, we can do that. The question of whether we're bound by it, I mean, my view, and Colin may wish to come in, my view is we're not bound by it. But if we were to go against it, then we'd have to deal with the consequences of that, which would be financial penalties and whatever else. So, and we're looking. There's still quite a bit that's uncertain, in my view, in our view, about what's in the letter. Not just in terms of some of the mitigations which John spoke about, but also in terms of whether some of these mitigations apply beyond 25-26. So in terms of a reducing school roll, for example, we have reducing school rolls over an extended period. Within our financial stretching is a figure of about 4.5 million of potential savings, which we would make simply by needing fewer teachers. So if in the end we do need to have these teachers, then we're talking about an increase of 4.5 million in our spend over the period of the financial strategy. So there is quite a lot still to be worked through, and there's issues which are uncertain. And obviously I wasn't involved in the political discussions, but I think that the agreement with COSLA was made hours, perhaps minutes before the Education Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary of Education's presentation in Parliament that afternoon.
So I'm grateful for that answer and for some of that clarity. Just to be clear as well, that I have a copy. I think we all elected members have a copy of that letter that was released on the Tuesday afternoon, which is really helpful. And I presume it can't be made public, but I suppose what I am asking for is there a copy of this agreement? You know, like the Cabinet Secretary referenced an agreement made with COSLA, and I think what the problem is that I know, you know, there was the statements that came out following the COSLA leaders meeting on Friday afternoon, the official statements and what we've got to go on. There was no mention of an agreement. And like you say, you know, I mean, we don't know. I don't know when this agreement was signed off to make this statement, but we are sitting in this chamber to make decisions. And I don't have a copy of that agreement. I can only go on what the letters are saying. But if there's an agreement, to me, an agreement implies terms and conditions and different things, and I don't know what that is, and I think it's very difficult to make decisions without that. So I presume the Chief Executive doesn't have a copy of that agreement either.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not aware of any such document.
Okay, thank you. So without having that document, without having the precise detail of the budget breakdown and the conditionality around the different areas of spend, and I have to say, you know, I absolutely welcome the increase in spend and that there might be unring-fenced additions. That's great. But it is a draft budget of a minority government, so it might change. And maybe this is again for Amanda. So there's some questions previously about the financial strategy implications, and you mentioned we were working on a minimum baseline of 7%, but potentially 10 to 15%. And obviously, if we do reject these recommendations on the learning hours and on asymmetric week, then that, from the report, I think 7.2 in the report, it puts a further 8% council tax, a representative of 8% council tax bearing in mind that the Director of Education has said that you can't just come with millions of pounds worth of savings, which we totally understand. So I suppose what I'm kind of asking is, given so much that's happened in the past few days, would the recommendations within the report from officers now be different? And is the working assumptions on council tax, I know you don't have all the detail, but would it be different?
Thank you. Do you mean in terms of when you say the report, do you mean the financial strategy report, or?
So I mean that obviously we've had the budget. That's, like I say, there's areas of undirected spend that might be coming. We heard that there's a shortfall in terms of the uplift for the teachers and that 900. How does that change? I know you don't have all the detail, but does it change your thinking on the working assumption of us being 7%, potentially 10 to 15% baseline, and then this proposal representing 8% on top of that? Does it change it?
In truth, I just feel it's too early to tell, because so we hear these headline figures about the national funding, but the reality is our allocation of that will be based on a series of indicators, and it will depend how, what our indicators look like relative to other councils. So there's always a bit of uncertainty, and we know then the floor kicks in so that no local authority is losing too much funding. So really, until you see all that, you don't know what the impact is going to be. I suppose what I would say is just the point you were making about this proposal and the impact on council tax. So for 25-26, it was only about 1.7 million, I think, that was in 25-26 that related to this proposal. So you're maybe talking about 2.5% council tax increase that you would say if you just wanted to substitute this proposal for council tax, that's what you would add in.
And just to clarify, so there was a part of my question there that given all of that and all the information that we've got, would the because the recommendations are still as they are in the report, those are the recommendations from officers. Are you still, I suppose, are those recommendations still valid, or would you be making different recommendations in terms of what you advise councillors to do? Because it seems like, particularly the report, the risks, particularly the risk factors have changed, the financial factors have changed, and that's kind of what we're considering. And I wanted to ask that question.
Can I just clarify, Councillor Murtagh, if it's okay? Do you mean the recommendations to accept the Learning Week proposals or the asymmetric week proposals?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there were a variety of options. The recommendations were there about, accepting the Learning Week proposal. Now we've had the letters from the Cabinet Secretary, for example, the agreement with COSLA about going back to these. Are your recommendations still the same, that we accept that? Because none of that's obviously on the table, but I would like to know what officers' recommendations actually are and whether they've changed.
And Provost, I don't think we can answer that question. I think there's too many complexities, there's too many uncertainties. And if the current conditions had applied at the beginning of this process, there would have been a different report. I've no doubt about that, but these conditions didn't apply then. There's a lot that needs to be worked through, which we will be doing over the coming days and weeks. But if members recall, the reason we came forward with the Learning Week, because as John has said on a number of occasions, in terms of the scale of savings that we felt needed to be made from education, it was the least worst option.
Thank you. I think in some ways that does answer my question, because what I'm saying is that when we're considering a report with recommendations, if those recommendations are in a sense no longer valid, or they would be different, then that's that change, that when we're putting forward our motions, that's what we're considering against. So it's important that we're clear on that.
Okay, Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. I'll just take my question offline in the interest of time.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Nimmo?
A quick question for either John or Amanda, or maybe even a combination of both. John, your service is obviously the largest service in the council, and it's already been mentioned it takes up about 70% of the council budget. If we were to protect teacher numbers and take teachers out of the equation, what sort of figure would you be left with to achieve savings?
I would need to have a wee think about that figure. It's an exceptionally tricky one because education in itself is over 50% of the budget. The 70% includes social work, so that also includes the IGB. But then there's complexities within the education budget because we have things like the MPDO schools or the Class 98, where we've got contracts that we can't adjust at this point. So, albeit I know Class 98 is a bit different. So there's sort of significant chunks of the education budget apart from teachers, which are also ring fenced and can't be touched.
Yeah, if I drew your attention back to the original report in section 4.3, Councillor Nimmo, about 2/3 of the education budget are related to employee costs, and the rest to property, transport, supplies, and so on. So it would be about the scale of savings that you could take from that, bar anything that is predicted like NPDO costs or PPP.
So at the end of the day, it'd be very limited compared to your 70% of the budget.
It would be very limited, and it's areas that have already perhaps seen some efficiencies or cuts in them, which is why we went to the Learning Week with teacher numbers.
Okay. Thanks, John. Thanks, Amanda.
Councillor McKeep.
Thank you, Provost. It's to follow up on some points that my colleague Councillor Murtagh has just made. I'm getting increasingly more concerned that we don't actually have sufficient information in front of us to be making the decisions that, as a local authority, we should be making. I mean, within the letter here, which is headed Budget Agreement, we don't even know if there is an agreement. You know, no one's been able to come up with a piece of paper which outlines we've agreed this, we've agreed that, we've agreed the funding for this, we've agreed the funding for that. What we instead get is a shared statement. Shared statements are fine, but we can't rely on a shared statement if we don't know what's at the back of an alleged agreement. So what I'm looking for, if it's possible, if I could ask Council to contact COSLA or whoever and get a copy of this agreement and it's circulated to the councillors so that we actually know in detail what we're talking. I'm just a wee bit concerned that it's a bit up in the air. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Forrest.
Provost, 1901.
Okay.
Councillor Patterson earlier stated that the asymmetric week had only been talked about within the last couple of days, and I believe that her comments were incorrect. It's always been about two proposals within the same report moving to the asymmetric week in a traditional sense of 4 long days and 1 short day, and the redesign of the learning week to realign with class contact times. I'd like to point out that there's been a huge part of the engagement exercise was in exactly that topic. And indeed, we heard from Declan earlier that was one of the subjects that was raised. So I'd just like clarification on that. Thank you.
Provost 91.
I think, Provost, that what we had there was a question embedded within the apparent 19.1. So I think it's maybe better if we just have an answer to the substantive question.
Thank you. when we went out to consult from the start with the introduction of an asymmetric week and and a reduction in the overall number of learning hours.
Councillor Patterson,
Um,
19.1.
I have a question and an answer. So my understanding, Provost, but please help me clarify. 19.1 is if somebody's mentioned you personally, so I'm not sure how Councillor Forrest came to his 19.1, but for further clarification on the statement that I made, I was not for a moment suggesting that we have never discussed an asymmetric week. When I made my statement, I was referring to the fact that it has very much been the focus up until this week that we were discussing cuts to the school week in addition to the asymmetric. And the main focus of the discussion, both within parents groups and within council, have been in reference to that. So that is what I was referencing. I am not surprised by discussions of an asymmetric week. I'm quite aware.
Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. And as one of my colleagues just sent my message, Lazarus from the dead here had a very important emergency that I had to go, and I didn't know if I would get back. So I've continued online to listen to the debate, and my question is, and I totally agree with Councillor Murker regarding the recommendations that's been brought forward needs to be valid, as they are what we need to go on. So I want to agree with several other points, but especially that one. With regards to the motion from the administration, and we're saying that the cutting of the week has been taken off. Is that taken off right through past the budget, or will it be discussed at the budget?
Councillor Meikle-John.
Okay, thank you. Just to confirm, the proposal for the Learning Week has been taken off the table from the administration, full stop. The only aspect that we have suggested that we take to be part of the budget discussions is around the asymmetric week, recognising that members would like to be able to have options, but currently we don't have enough options on the table to fill the budget gap.
That was my understanding, but just to make sure that everybody understands exactly that's what it is. So thank you very much, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. And if there's no other questions, I think. Oh, Councillor Bowes, my apologies.
You'll be pleased to hear, Provost, that Bailey Kerr was reading my mind, because I just felt that there was an awful lot of talk about the shortening the school week and this, and as if it was still as active, unless everybody was going to change their mind from what the motions and the amendments have put in. It is off the table. I think Mr. Moody had actually said that before. You can obviously confirm that, and that really we were talking from the start about the asymmetric week, and for those, and I think we both agree about moving the budget to beyond the Scottish budget, so we should have the full financial information by that time.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. It's not really a question, it's more a plea. We appear to be straying very far from the matters which are on the table, and it seems to me that it would be a good idea to try and stay with the matters on the table. We also appear to be straying away from questions. I'm not sure if it's the right thing to say, but could the motion be put?
Well, if that's all the questions and everybody's finished, we'll come back to the motion after lunch. Short lunch break. What, 40 minutes, 20 to 2 back here. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now move to the motion section of this Learning Week item. So I'll go to Councillor Meeker John to speak to her motion.
Okay, thank you, Provost. And I will do my best to keep on track. But you know, things have kind of gone a wee bit all over the place this morning. But we can't ignore the fact that we've had both the UK and the Scottish budgets, notwithstanding the fact that there's still a bit to go before the Scottish budget's approved. But we can welcome the additional funding that's come to local government. But Falkirk, we have to note that the Scottish Government has a fixed budget and therefore has to work within the devolved constraints of the Scottish Block Grant, which is handed down from Westminster. And even then, while there's been an uplift, it's still some way to go to restore the erosion of inflation to what it should be. It doesn't help that the uplift in the budget is only to impose policy changes whereby it could immediately be clawed back, such as the national insurance. I thank Ms Templeton for the update, and we note that we don't have all the full details of the council settlement. That's anticipated later today, but I understand it may even be pushed into tomorrow, and that's just reflecting the complexity of the settlement and the calculations that are required. And while we've got a real terms uplift, which will come to Falkirk Council, it will not negate the need for savings to be made. We've heard that there's 70% of the council's budget funds education and social care, leaving 30% for everything else. Education has continued to be protected while other services bear the brunt of the savings, and there are predicted overspends which were heard in health and social care, which the council will have to contribute towards should the recovery plan not be able to be realised. It's therefore just not possible nor realistic to continue to protect the services as we have in the past, and education will require to make efficiency of savings and a contribution to closing the budget gap. But taking into account all the feedback from the consultation process around the Learning Week and the asymmetric change to the week, we have listened. It was also clear for some time, with members having taken public stances on officers' proposals on the reduction of the Learning Week before we were at decision time, that there was not political support to take that forward. Despite the significant work carried out by professional officers, who would not have brought the proposals forward as a saving if it was going to impact on attainment, or if the savings or if there were savings that were less detrimental to our young people, it would not be in their interest to do so. And I want to make that absolutely clear that our teaching staff and our senior management team within education have the interests of our young people at heart, but recognise the financial governance of the council has to be protected at the same time. Not an easy job to do. In addition, as part of the budget package for local government, there are asks around teacher numbers and a voluntary freeze on learning hours to 2026. And those have been subject of discussions that were ongoing, and there are still details of that to be finalised as we continue to work through the outcome of the settlement. Therefore, I can confirm that the administration are proposing that we do not take forward the reduction in learning hours. We do, however, recognise there's still a need to identify savings to meet what would have been the savings as a result of taking the proposal forward, which is the 6.2 million, which would be realised over the next 3 years, 1.7 of which is expected in 25-26. Therefore, we're asking that the Director of Education bring forward alternative proposals to the budget for consideration, including the option of the asymmetric week, which has already been adopted in a number of councils and some who have operated the model for some time. While it constitutes a small saving, everything is welcome in order to be able to balance the pot. We need to acknowledge that it's not. We need to acknowledge that that no matter what is brought forward, it's unlikely to be any palatable than the learning hours. Further savings will need to be identified as part of the medium-term financial plan in line with the financial strategy which was approved earlier in the year. To put this into perspective, to compensate for not taking the Learning Week proposal, it would require an additional 8% on council tax, and Mrs Templeman has already alluded to that, and that would be on top of what had already been intended, and that will be the choices that members will have to make. The alternative would be 2% to cover this year alone. There would still be that longer term to have to be considered. Cover paper has highlighted 2 reviews. The ASN review, we know that there is an increase in the number of young people that are in need of that additional support, and it's right that we look to ensure that the efficiency and the effectiveness of that provision to make sure it's fit for purpose. It should also be noted that there's been an additional 28 million provided by Scottish Government for additional support for learning, which will help this work around the redesign of our ASN service going forward, and look forward to hearing the details that will be more specific to Falkirk on that. The paper also references the Learning Estate Review, which is wide-ranging. One aspect of the review is the number of pupils in Falkirk Council area expected to decrease, and there are 22 schools that are have under occupancy of less than 60%. And there are also a number of schools that are pre-1940. It's therefore right that we look at the most efficient use of our built estate and plan for the replacement of ageing buildings that are beyond life before any catastrophic failure. It's anticipated that there are potential savings from the better use of a built estate, but acknowledge much of this work will be in the longer term and need to feed into the medium-term financial plan. And that the savings to 25-26 will be limited, but it is an important piece of work and forward planning. Therefore, I would ask the Director of Education to bring forward a report on the short, medium and long-term plans to address the issues identified as early as practically possible in the financial year. As I've already said, the update from Mrs Templeton around the budget, we currently don't have all the details in the Council's settlement, and when we do, it will take some time to work through that. The Scottish Government processes a number of stages to go through, with the final stage on the 25th of February. Therefore, we propose that we move our budget meeting to 6th of March, which would still enable the Council to take a decision in relation to council tax in time for the relevant notices to be given. In rejecting the proposal and having asked for further savings to be worked up and brought forward as part of the budget process, that will take time. As savings become harder to find, they become more complex to develop. The more savings that are rejected, the less we have by way of options to balance our budget, and the closer the Council will come to that financial cliff edge. It's therefore important that officers spend their time working up proposals that members will seriously consider. And I look forward to the opposition members bringing forward their alternatives, having rejected this and seeking to take offers off the table. I move a motion as it has been printed in the amendment that's been circulated. Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder, please?
Provost, I'll second and reserve the right, please.
Thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah to move our amendment.
Thank you, Provost. I will be passing over to our education spokesperson, Councillor Patterson, and our very welcome newest Councillor Aitken.
Thank you, Provost. I want to start by saying that our education service was tasked with an impossible task of finding savings from an already stripped back service. I commend the officers involved at every stage of this process. I don't envy them at all. I'm also thankful to everyone in the education department, the head teachers, the PTAs, the parents and the young people for all the blood, sweat and tears that have gotten us to this point. I think it should be very clear, and I think that has come across today, that obviously all of our educators have the best intentions for our young people at the forefront, and it is not in any way mismanagement of schools that has led us to this point. It's been political decision making at all levels of government for years. So I think that should be very clear from the onset. That being said, for those that have been paying attention, they will know that this budget was voted through by the SNP and Conservative councillors on the 28th of February this year. A council tax freeze was accepted. £22.5 million of service concessions were cashed in to cover the gap, and millions of cuts in education were approved without knowing the details of what they were. An alternative was on the table from Falkirk Labour, but it wasn't gone with. So that is what has led us to this conversation today. On October the 3rd, the same councillors also voted to postpone decision making until today's meeting. That was on the basis that we would have the full information. I argued against that at that time, as we knew we wouldn't have the full information, and this was just being dragged out. The SNP's motion today rightly states that there's still far too many variables to make an informed decision, and it should be deferred until March. None of us are arriving at these decisions lightly. We're all acutely aware of the financial pressures faced by the council, and whilst none of the decisions that are put before us are easy, for as long as local councils are starved of funding by the Scottish Government, we're being asked to oversee the managed decline of all of our essential services. If we don't take a stand now, there's just no end in sight. We want this proposal off the table now and moving forward. I think the people of Falkirk deserve better than to have this hanging over their heads, and we've heard from our guest speakers today about just the impact that it is having on all of our constituents. The announcement from the UK Government of a record £4.9 billion of funding for Scotland marks the end of austerity. Whilst we do welcome the uplift from the Scottish Government, it doesn't go far enough, and we know that. I think if we're all being honest, we know that the uplift from Scottish Government, whilst essential, does not go far enough. We're already at breaking point. Today, Falkirk Labour, together with Councillor Murtagh, call for members to remove these proposals from the table and for in the upcoming year. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'd like to second that.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Aiken. So we've heard the motion, we've heard the amendment. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Carry on. Cutting you off in your time.
No, I would just like to say about the ASN, the review on that. I think that and the learning estate review needs to be brought forward as soon as possible. I think ASN's kind of getting left on the back seat here with the possible further savings to it. It's a service that needs to be protected. I've had personal experience with it, as have my children. And like I say, it's something that needs to be brought forward as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for your contribution. We'll now open it up for debate. Any questions? Councillor Murtagh.
Just waiting for everybody to jump in there. And also, I would have, it's good to have been able to do some collaboration, and I think as well that the motion, the amendment which is put forward, also includes the ask from the SNP about moving the budget to the March, and I think that having elements of all is something we should do going forward a lot more. But I was happy to be able to migrate on that, and I would have formally seconded. But it's great to hear from our newest councillors and to have more, particularly welcome having more women in the chamber, our voices to be heard. But I just want to highlight the first part of the motion, particularly with the work of parents and our communities and indeed our young people, which has been really heartening. But as we heard, has been under really extremely challenging circumstances. But it's important to acknowledge it because it goes beyond anything that can be captured in a report. It really has been very engaging. So thank you. And we've heard from Leanne today and from Declan as to their activity representing the work of many others. But I also particularly want to highlight the work of many parent councils to resurrect or perhaps reform the Falkirk Area Parent Forum. And I've been speaking with officers regularly on this to ensure that every support is given to ensure parents are supported in that work. And I thank officers for the engagement with that and for the support that they're now giving to parents directly. And I think that that's crucial because while I'm hoping that we do pass this amendment today and that this is now off the table, notwithstanding the significant work that officers have undertaken, which I thank them for, I think that whatever does replace this proposal, and particularly in areas of education, it has to be developed in an improved way, and we do need to make progress on that. So, I want to mention that particularly, and I also want to mention the work of those petitioners who have taken this issue to the Scottish Parliament, particularly Dr. Julie Badcock is one of my constituents in my ward, and I think that the work that they've done to engage and widen that debate and take and recognise this is not just an issue for this chamber. I think that's really welcome to see that input from our parent body. The questions I asked earlier, I don't intend to kind of labour the points on them because I think they do stand on their own about what we heard, but in particularly that issue, we're debating two motions here, and the main issue is the asymmetric week proposal, and I think that we're making a £6 million saving is one thing, and the consideration of the impact to parents from that is one thing. The consultation that was created was, basically, if we going forward, and I remember from the presentations that were made back when these were being consulted on in May, these concerns about childcare and that there would be some mitigation that would be listened to. We heard today there will be no possibility of mitigating the difficulties with childcare from making a £250 million saving when that would cost £450 million. And that's significant, and it has to be significant. And I note the way it was said about the importance of parents having surety from a February to August start about how difficult that would be. Well, the same applies to the asymmetric week situation, and them not knowing that now and knowing that there will be no possibility of help, that's significant, and I think we need to remove that today, and that's why I wanted to ensure that that was included within the amendment. But I think that the financial strategy and the uncertainty things are important, and this amendment, it does highlight that this is made in the full cognizance of the recognising our financial position and financial strategy. As Councillor Pass has mentioned, that Labour had a proposal for putting up council tax last year. I also had a proposal to put at 10% on council tax, recognising these things, and neither of these were taken. But it's recognising that we have to be honest with the public. We have to say, yes, that might be where we have to go.
You've got a minute left,
Sure,
Councillor
thank you. So I think that that is really crucial, that we're not doing this in some sort of irresponsible way where we'll just kind of pie in the sky, pretend like something else will turn up. We know that. We read the papers. We understand the situation, and we've shown, I think members of the opposition have shown that they are prepared to put forward difficult, decisions and put forward tax rises. So I do see that in that full knowledge. And I think, I'm concerned about the situation with the asymmetric week proposal on its own, because that's what we're really debating here. It would impact negatively on those who are most disadvantaged, on those who are, whether it's women who tend to be in lower paid jobs or less flexible jobs, whether it's people with disabilities, whether it's people in rural communities who have less access to childcare. And I think that we need to take this proposal off the table now to give that surety and to understand that making such a small saving that can be mitigated is not worth it. So I'm glad to be able to contribute to the debate and to say that I think that this is the right decision to go forward with, and hopefully we will have agreement around this chamber. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Any other comments before we go to the vote? Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Provost. Before I turn to my substantive remarks, I kind of want to address the way in which we as councillors interact with the public on issues that are as important as those for decision today. And I've been aware of rumour and conjecture, and I'll be honest, as I see it, deliberate attempts to misinform the public on what may or may not happen at this meeting today. As members of the public who are elected to represent our communities and fellow citizens, we have a responsibility and a duty to uphold trust in our decision-making process. Above all else, we have a responsibility to be open, honest and truthful with those to whom we are accountable. Anything less falls well short of the high standards we set for us in public life, and ultimately falls short of the high standards we should set for ourselves. It's disappointing to see this play out in such a politicised manner, and we should all be concerned over how poor behaviour and low standards reflect on us all as councillors, and on how Falkirk Council is perceived by those who rely on the services we are responsible for. Today's report has always been challenging to discuss, even going back to 2016 when similar proposals to reduce the Learning Week were brought forward by the then Labour administration. I'm grateful, however, to those parents, carers, parent representative bodies and others who've engaged in good faith and did so constructively to share their points of view. I would also like to thank officers, teachers, head teachers, staff and others across our education services for their input to this and their professionalism throughout this process, which I know has proven difficult. Our administration has taken the time and opportunity to listen to all sides of the debate and accept that the proposal to reduce the learning hours is not supported. We do, however, see merit in waiting for the outcome of the Scottish Government's budget setting process before any decision on implementing an asymmetric week without the changes to the learning hours is taken. This is a principle that was established and shared by others at the last council meeting, and I hope that that remains the case, although it appears not. The proposed asymmetric week is currently positioned in all schools in 25% of local authorities, with variations present in a further 19 in some schools, including secondary schools in Falkirk, where there are 2 longer days and 3 shorter days. However, in waiting to our budget meeting, we can consider these proposals within the context of the wider budget, council tax setting process, and alongside any further proposals that will come forward. The proposals themselves on the changes to the Learning Week were designed in such a way that high quality learning and teaching we have come to expect from our schools is maintained, the pressure in the system is relieved to an extent, and education contributes a share of savings across what we know to be a very serious financial climate. Crucially, however, they were also designed to maintain the current level of provision for alternative ways to learn for those children and young people who need a bit more support in school or in getting to school. Support for those kids who don't attend school, for example, support that is not part of our core provision for learning, but forms a crucial part of daily life in all our schools in Falkirk. This is transformational for some children and young people and helps our school community support them in the way that they need it most. Because of our decisions today, we can't say for certain whether this will be affordable going forward. And it breaks my heart to say that because I know and have had personal experience of how impactful that provision is. We know that there are several challenges facing education from a national perspective too, and I'm pleased to see the agreement reached between COSLA and Scottish Government over the package of funding being released through the budget process. I trust the agreement reached which will see learning hours in schools frozen in 2026 until 2026 will allow for better, more constructive dialogue between Scottish and local governments, as well as key partners where the dialogue is cognizant and respectful of all voices within the debate, and that meaningful outcomes can be achieved for everyone. The situation in Falkirk has been well documented. I'm not going to labour the point. We are no strangers to difficult proposals, and the brunt of the challenge is placed on our shoulders as administration. However, as a minority, it's not just up to us to make these decisions, and importantly, an effective opposition would see an opportunity in making difficult decisions. Perhaps, though, it suits the narrative to always align with the popular choice, absolving responsibility and saving face rather than work constructively to change things for the better. One would think that the promise of change would be backed up by meaningful action. Instead, what we're left with are hollow promises and a failure to act when it's required to do the right thing. I want to make a final point about the Labour amendment today, specifically in rejecting outright the reductions in ASN. Specifically rejecting outright the reductions in ASN are acceptable alternatives is clearly a political principle. However, any ASN review could lead to different models being proposed that could include changes in services which ultimately lead to improved overall outcomes. I'm concerned that these parts of the amendment are contradictory and could lead to questions that any potential review that may be forthcoming could be prejudged. I wouldn't want to be in a position where officers were hamstrung by council in passing an amendment to the report that cannot be sustained due to this potential contradiction. With that, Provost, I'll conclude by saying it's disappointing that we continue to face a highly politicised system of discourse, but I hope some members see that in supporting our amendment, it's a pragmatic approach that takes the learning hours off the table and gives more time to consider properly the proposals of an asymmetric week in a wider context at our budget meeting in 25. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. We'll now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I hadn't intended speaking, but it's merely to thank a couple of people. Just like to thank our new councillor colleague, Councillor Aitken, for highlighting the additional support needs. It's critical that we maintain that service. Second person I want to thank is Mr. Reid. He kindly encouraged local headmaster mistresses to reach out to councillors. So I've had the opportunity of visiting a couple of my local schools, and it was very insightful speaking to those heads of the school, and each of them highlighted the need for additional support need provision. It's a critical function, they feel, and it's actually increasing. So I just wanted to throw my thanks into Councillor Aitken and Mr Reid. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I will be very brief. I think it's important, as has been said by others, that we're transparent here, that we're open, that we're honest, and that we don't get into misinformation. The distinction between the motion and the Labour amendment is very simple. The motion put forward by the SNP says that the asymmetric week will be deferred for discussion in March. On the learning hours, it says that the learning hours cut will not be approved at this time. The Labour amendment very clearly takes both proposals off the table, and I think it's important that people are clear about that. To me, at this time, does not take the learning hours proposal off the table as has been put forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. Being one of the councillors for Falkirk South, I feel our communities deserve an apology, and that is all the parents, all the grandparents, members of the community, childminders, that this proposal would also impact on our hard-working teachers and pupils with regard to education service design. It's never easy for our officers to bring recommendations to this table. This would have been extremely challenging for so many reasons, and most out with their control. I think we need to improve on our collaboration with each other, understand the journey of these proposals, the national political landscape, the fluidity of resources, the calendar pinpoints where financial change can happen. We need to predict and ask, is it necessary now? Communities do matter, and I know after speaking to many parents, this was extremely upsetting for them, causing anxiety, causing uncertainty, and that was very tangible. And yet councillors, we all required to be responsible too with regard to decisions with respect of budgets. So I would say it's not a blame game, nor should it be a political ping-pong game, though I believe these emotive proposals like these need to take a more holistic approach in future so we can support our communities. That's why we're here. I'm not going to say any more at this point, as I know every one of us at this table or these tables have our children's best interests at heart. So I would like to say sorry to the public out there, but for all these protracted meetings we've had and all the uncertainty. And I know further investigative material has to come forward, but hopefully I'm hoping today there will be a decisive outcome, and then moving forward we can really examine the process and ask ourselves what we're actually doing. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Binney. We'll now go to Falkirk.
After everybody's spoken, Provost, and listening to the full debate, I would like a 5-minute recess with my group, because you come into these debates thinking one thing, things change, and you listen to people, and sometimes somebody says something that interacts with your thinking. So I just want, it's especially hard when one of your groups no here. So trying to get a conversation and get their thoughts as well is very difficult. So once all the debate's done, I wouldn't mind having a 5-minute recess for to discuss.
Okay, thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Any other comments? Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. First, I'd just like to say thanks to all the pupils, parents and parents' councils that have, strongly put their opinions across in this. I'd also like to say an extra special thanks to the head teachers of all our schools who actually had to deliver the consultation event in this. In fact, I felt a wee bit sorry for them as a councillor, to be honest, and I think it was maybe a wee bit unfair. They were put in the position where they had to deliver that consultation, face the kind of brunt of the anger of parents and carers, and I hope we'd maybe think about that going forward. That being said, I did find the school consultation meetings to be very informative, and I feel that it's very important for councillors to be there and hear the voices of parents. I suppose the main things I took from these consultations were, first and foremost, education is the foundation of our future. The more time students have to engage with the lessons, the better their chances of understanding and mastering the subjects they study. Learning is not a task that can be rushed. It requires time, reflection and practice. By shortening school hours, we would have essentially been robbing students of the opportunity to fully absorb the knowledge, ask questions and engage in discussions that would have enhanced their learning. So I'm quite glad the way things went today. In conclusion, reducing learning hours, I feel, would have been ill-advised. It undermines the essential role education plays in shaping the future of individuals and society. Education is an essential investment, and cutting it short would only hinder students' growth, limit their potential, and create greater inequality. Instead of shortening learning hours, we should be focused on ways to optimise and improve the time students spend in school, ensure they're better equipped for the world ahead. I'd also like to highlight that the asymmetric part of this proposal only saves £250,000. That is a drop in the ocean in terms of council finances. So I'd ask members to think about it. Is it really worth the disruption that the asymmetric week will cause in terms of childcare issues, damaging children's routines, learning and teaching? I would say the answers are a resounding no. So today we've got the opportunity to stop that. So let's back the Labour amendment and save education for the bairns of Falkirk. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Any other comments? Would you like to sum up, Councillor Meikle-Joe?
Okay, thank you, Provost, for the opportunity to sum up, and I will try and deal with some of the points. Firstly, the brunt of the anger and the consultation, actually, certainly the individuals and the teachers I spoke to were very much in support of the proposal, recognising that savings had to be made, and that was across a whole host of schools. They recognised while it was difficult and change is difficult for everybody, they recognised that this was, as has been said by the Chief Executive, the least worst option, and at the moment there is nothing else on the table to actually be able to meet the budget gap. And also in turning to Councillor Murtagh, talking about taking the difficult decisions. The only difficult decision that she's really referring to is the council tax rise, and we know there needs to be a council tax rise, but it's going to be interesting that there is nothing else on the table to what that actual rise is going to constitute with. I don't know, I seem to have some kind of magnetic field going on here. Apologies, I don't know why I'm getting feedback. So that it really is unacceptable to continue to take options off the table, such as the asymmetric week, when we have such a serious financial difficulty within Falkirk Council. And that was acknowledged by Councillor Patterson, that is a historical issue. It is a historical issue, and it's one where there has been political choices made, but there's been political choices not to take hard decisions in the past, and that has actually compounded the situation that we now find ourselves in. But what we're now seeing is that is continuing because people don't want to take the difficult decisions. And the realistic, we're going to run out of road here. We're going to be at a cliff edge. And those that maybe have some political aspirations for 2026, it will all fall on you guys when the council reaches that cliff edge. And if it's no 26, it will certainly be 27. And as a minority administration, every member of the opposition has a responsibility here and for not taking decisions. So you may well go out into your communities and champion that we've saved this, we've saved that, but you still have a £54 million gap to fill, and you might find that that is sooner rather than later. That is your responsibility. So, Provost, I will leave it at that. I'm disappointed that there is a lack of real commitment to Falkirk Council and making sure we have financial sustainability going forward, and hope to see that there's some common sense is brought forward, and we'll see options come forward from the opposition as part of the budget.
Okay, thanks very much.
19.1, Provost.
What was the 19.1?
It doesn't matter when it is. I think I can do a 19.1. I asked for clarity on that. Am I able to do a 19.1?
Point of clarity, can you actually speak after it's been summed up? I'm sure you can't.
She's not speaking. It's not a debate point. It's a 19.1. So I think the Provost needs to hear what the 19.1 is.
Okay, so Councillor Meikle-John said that the only thing that I was alluding to in the proposal about the responsibility was the council tax, and that is an incorrect statement based on the text in the motion. The text in the motion clearly states that it's in full cognizance of the full financial strategy, and that, as the administration know in putting forward so many service concessions last year, includes a number of different options. So it's an incorrect statement to have said that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. We'll now take a 5-minute break for the Conservative group to have a chat. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll now go straight to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And the motion, which is moved by Councillor Meakin-John and seconded by Councillor Sinclair and has been previously circulated. The amendment, which is the consolidated amendment, is moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor Aitken. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitken.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment. Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meakin-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair. And Councillor Spears. Sorry, Councillor Spears.
Oh, my light's working. Amendment.
Thank you. Provost, there are 9 votes for the motion. There are 19 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Great, thanks very much. We'll now move to the motion that's submitted by Councillor Murtagh. I'll go straight to Councillor Murtagh and ask her to move her motion.
Thanks, Provost. I think that there are no amendments in, as I understand it, against this motion. So what I've proposed to do is just to read out the text of the motion. So there's no ambiguity about what the motion is about, and then ask for a formal seconder. So it is on, as it says, the voting rights of religious representatives on executive. And what it says is that council acknowledges...
Sorry, Laura, 2 wee seconds. Can I just ask a point of clarification? Have we not got other business before we get to the motions, Provost? We've still got agenda item 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry, Laura.
Well, I'd spoken to Councillor Murtagh previously and I had agreed that I would change order of business. So I was quite content to do that.
Sorry, I wasn't aware.
Right,
my
is that
your decision, Provost? Is that council's decision?
Well, I think that falls to me if they change order of business.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Provost, and I appreciate you changing the order of business to accommodate that come forward. I think it should be a straightforward, as I said, motion because there are no amendments in against. And I just want to say that part of the reason I'm going to read this out is because, as Councillor Sinclair alluded to earlier, sometimes there are misconceptions about what something can be about just by basis of the headline. And I experienced that recently with the previous motion I brought forward to Education Executive. So I want to make it clear what this is about. So as I said, it acknowledges the legislative requirement of Scottish local authorities to appoint religious representatives to their education committees. It notes that in Falkirk, religious representatives are also joined on the executive where it is considering education functions by other non-elected members, including parent, teacher, school pupil and care experience representatives. It welcomes the diversity of views and contributions which external representatives are able to input through their participation in committee proceedings. It further notes that unique amongst those external representatives, it is only the religious representatives who have the right to vote on agenda items or to move or second any motions. It further acknowledges that a number of Scottish councils have removed the voting rights of religious representatives on their education committees in recent years. It accepts that there have been many changes to the democratic structures of local authorities, the national relationship between church and state, and the demographic makeup of Falkirk citizens in the 50 years since the above legislation was introduced. And what it asks, it instructs officers to bring forward a report examining the issues around this topic to include consideration of options to remove the voting rights from religious representatives. And I hope that we can agree that today and formally move that and look forward to the report. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Murtagh?
I'm more than happy to second Provost. We're merely looking for a report to come forward, no real decision to be made, so I'm more than happy to support Councillor Murtagh.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. And there are no amendments, as been mentioned, so we'll just open up to members to ask questions. No questions.
Provost.
Councillor Sinclair.
Yeah, Provost, we have no issue in allowing the report to come back, but other than just to say that we value greatly the input and voices of everybody within our communities on issues that are of deep concern to everybody around here. So once that report's back, there'll be much more to say on this issue. But we have no objection to a report being brought back. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Hannah, anything to add?
I have nothing to add. We obviously are concerned to hear all members of all communities. Happy to wait until there is a report on the table.
Okay. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. If a report's required, a report's required. If that's the feelings of the council, a bit of clarity of where that report will come back to, as it's an executive function. Will it go to the executive? Will it come to full council?
Provost, it would come to full council because it would require a change to standing orders.
Okay.
Councillor Spears. Right. No, I'm coming to you as the leader of your group.
Sorry, I have no comment to make.
Okay, thank you. Any other independent members with any comment? No. So can we agree the motion? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now go to agenda item 8, report by the Chief Social Work Officer. And I would say that because the specific requirements of the Chief Social Work Officer to report to the Council, Gail McIntyre is going to give a short summary of the report, highlighting the key areas. I think it's a significant report, and it's important the Council hears a summary of it before we ask questions. So we'll go over to Gail McIntyre.
Thank you, Provost. As you say, I'm Gail McIntyre. I'm the Senior Service Manager in Children's and Justice, and I'm here on behalf of Sarah Lacey, the Chief Social Work Officer, who is unable to be here today. So the Chief Social Work Officer report covers the period from the 1st of April 23 until the 31st of March 24. Once the report is approved by the Council, the report will be submitted to the Scottish Government as part of the annual statutory responsibility of the Chief Social Work Officer. The role of the Chief Social Work Officer is to provide professional governance, leadership and accountability for the delivery of social work and social care services across the Council. There is a set template for the report which creates consistency between the 32 local authorities, and this allows the Scottish Government to produce an annual overview report based on the information provided from across the country. Section 1 of the report outlines the governance arrangements and how accountability and statutory functions are discharged within the Council. During the reporting year, we have initiated the proposal to integrate children and families and justice social work into the Health and Social Care Partnership. This represents an important milestone in our efforts to provide more joined up and person-centred care. Section 2 refers to service quality and performance, while Section 3 refers to the resources available to the different parts of social work services. As you will see in Section 4, there is lots of work being undertaken to address the issues with the recruitment and retention of social work and social care staff, but there continues to be pressures in this area, particularly for OTs and MHOs. Section 5 focuses on learning and development and highlights a range of positive developments, recognising the importance of learning and development for upskilling staff and helping the workforce develop confidence and competence in their roles. Some developments in this area include the creation of trauma-enhanced communities of practice, developing trauma-informed support and supervision for managers, and a comprehensive programme of training focusing on adult support and protection. The report highlights excellent work delivered by our dedicated workforce despite the continued challenges and context within which we are delivering services, including poverty, the cost of living crisis and post-pandemic recovery. The success of teams in Falkirk was recognised at the National Scottish Social Services Awards, with the Joint Dementia Initiative and Justice Women's Service winning Excellence in Practice Awards, and the Learning Disability team was also nominated for the same awards. The Chief Social Work Officer report is used to fulfil another statutory requirement, which is the duty to publish annual duty of candour report. As you will see from the report, there were no duty of candour incidents recorded during the reporting period. In conclusion, members are asked to note the contents of the report, agree to the onward sharing of the report to the Scottish Government and to the IGB, and to acknowledge the continued hard work and commitment of the social work and social care workforce. Thank you. And just to say that my colleague Martin Tom from Adult Services and myself are both available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just open up for questions from anyone. Councillor Meekin. Oh, sorry. Councillor Aitchison.
Thanks, Provost. Hi, Gail. Sorry, my phone just went off. Give me a wee second. Here we go. Thanks, Gail, and I'd like to thank Sarah for a full and comprehensive report as usual. Very informative and very useful. With regards to resources and in particular staffing, I did note for the report that there is difficulty in recruiting for certain positions, in particular occupational therapists, mental health officers and children and family social workers. And I appreciate this isn't just an issue for Falkirk, but a national issue. Firstly, what steps are being taken within Falkirk to try to address this? And secondly, how are we ensuring the well-being of our current staff members, given the shortages in certain areas? Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of your first point, we have been really proactive in looking at recruitment and retention. So we have had an ongoing cross-service recruitment and retention working group. In that working group, we have updated our adverts. We have developed video links with staff who are already working in Falkirk to promote their experiences to try and attract other people to the service. And we've also had open recruitment evenings. We developed 2 new roles, advanced practitioner and assistant team manager roles, and we developed these as a positive career pathway to try and recruit experienced staff to the service, and we have had some good success in that area. Another thing we have been doing is grow your own approach, so we are sponsoring a small number of social work assistants to go through their social work training. In relation to the second point, around what we're doing to support staff. We do have a newly qualified social workers forum, and we have recruited someone to support us with the newly qualified social workers supported year, which I'm really sorry, my dog is really barking in the background, so I'm hoping people can't hear him. We also, the advanced practitioner role was developed to provide mentoring and support to less experienced staff. And we have developed a joint working together plan, which is to look at supporting increased visibility of leadership and good communication across the service. Martin, is there anything you'd want to add specific to OTs and MHOs?
Yeah, thanks, Gail. Just, I suppose, on the back of that Grow Your Own project that we developed with the social work assistants, in terms of the professional training, we are now looking to do something very similar with our occupational therapists. But I think you were right, Councillor, it's a national issue, and we are competing with a number of neighbouring authorities for staff. As well as the offer around the advanced practitioner role, we have actually ring-fenced some funding to enable staff to gain the necessary qualifications to apply for those promoted posts as well. So we are really keen to, I guess, encourage as many staff as we currently have to stay in Falkirk and pursue their career progression with us rather than moving to other areas. And as Gail said, we have seen some success in that area. Specifically in relation to MHOs, we have seen a slight increase this year in terms of the numbers of MHOs compared to the numbers that are reported in previous years. I think we've trained 3 MHOs this year, and we've managed to appoint a permanent team manager to the team who has come forward with a lot of great ideas around how we can target actually other authorities, MHOs, in terms of the offer that we can give people in terms of that career progression and development opportunities. And we are hopeful that we'll be able to stabilise the workforce a bit more before other authorities take some of our ideas and use them against us. So hopefully that gives some assurance that we're continuing to work on it. The recruitment and retention working group that Gail mentioned also looks at our leavers and the exit interviews that we have with staff so that we can learn any lessons from staff that are leaving with an aim that actually we can further improve the offer for staff coming into Falkirk. Thanks.
Thank you, Gail and Martin. Very comprehensive answers and very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. This report takes us up to the end of March this year. I'm just wondering, why is it taking nearly 9 months for this report to come forward? That's my first question.
So it takes a bit of time. Oh, apologies. Is it okay to come in now? Yeah.
Yep.
I had an echo there. Sorry. It takes a bit of time to produce the report after the period ends on the 31st of March, but we also work towards the statutory reporting timescale, which is the end of the year. So we do usually report the information around this time of the year to Council, and then if approved to the Scottish Government and thereafter to the IGB.
Okay, thanks for that, Gail. My second question that's in relation to the recommendations on page 280. We're being asked to note and allow the forwarding on of this report. There's no real decision being taken here, and I'm just wondering if maybe Mr Moody could clarify what Standing Order 20.15 actually is.
That's the standing order that recognises there are some reports where there are unlikely to be an amendment moved to a report exactly of this kind, but it's also useful for Council to have the site of this report to allow members an opportunity to ask questions. So this, the Chief Social Work Officer's report, is the example given of the kind of report which can come directly to Council where there isn't a decision required, but it's useful for members to see from the point of view of asking questions.
Okay, thanks for that, Colin. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Can I ask Ms McIntyre to maybe update us a bit? You spoke about poverty and child poverty and awards that have been won. can I ask if there's been any improvement in the 3 areas of child poverty in Grangemouth?
Thank you for your question. I think I'm not able to answer specific questions around specific wards. I think that we as a council have our poverty strategy and we're working collectively to try and address that. We've also started a test of change within our initial response team around providing cash first as a way to assist families, and that's using some of the national funding from the government, the whole family wellbeing funding. So we're doing different things, some things across service and some things more specific to areas, but unfortunately I'm not able to say what impact it's having in specific locations.
I think this has been ongoing for some years, maybe too many years, and we would really like to know what progress, especially people with their individual wards, because remember, the elected members are the sharp front, and we've got to try and answer these questions. So it would be helpful if we could say what programmes are being put in place and what's happening to try and get rid of this blight that has went on for far too long.
Thank you. We'll certainly take those points on board and consider that for future report submissions.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other questions? No. So I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Again, it will be my portfolio holder, Councillor Colley.
Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Provost. I think it's important to recognise the depth and breadth of social work services in Falkirk, and again recognise the dedication and work of our staff led by Sarah in children's services and Gail in adult services, but also alongside volunteers and unpaid carers, and they really are delivering really important support to children and adults in our communities. And I think the report really does set out some of the challenges that they face. You can see clearly the complex context services are working in. There's increasing demand and continued budget pressures. Our communities and face even greater challenges, including the cost of living and its impact on poverty, as Councillor Spears mentioned, the challenges in wellbeing and inequality, including mental and physical health, and most of us will have seen the census figures and the real sharp increase in poor mental health amongst our population. And our social work services are at the front line in seeking to respond to the adversity that too many of our citizens face. I think the focus on retaining staff, the recruitment and retention of staff is absolutely critical, and that strong focus on learning and development and really supporting our staff to grow within Falkirk Council. There's been some really interesting work in creating trauma-enhanced community of practice. That's easy for anybody to say, but not me. And delivering training focused on trauma-informed support and supervision, and a real comprehensive programme of training in adult and support and protection. In responding to the financial challenges, there's been a wide range of activities, and you'll have seen some of it in the Health and Social Care Partnership report. And Gail had talked about some of the things about reviewing packages of care, ensuring that we enable people to enable them to stay at home for as long as possible rather than going into residential care, promoting self-management, and how do we make our population healthier and how do we support them when they have conditions, potentially complex conditions. And having a social work access team to provide that consistent response, and working to identify good practice from across Scotland. And there's been some really interesting work done recently, and those on the IJB will be aware of some of that in terms of how do we support people to be discharged from hospital effectively, not just discharged. I think it's important to mention closer to home, and the work that's been going on in relation to transformational change within children's services within are looked after children, including supporting foster carers to reduce the reliance on out-of-area placements and implementation of new management structures, and a range of work to support the delivery of the promise. And we're all aware of the promise, and it's so critical that all our work with children and young people, looked after children and young people, really focuses on how do we ensure that they have the support that they need, and also have the support that they need to build their futures. I think just finally, I think noting that I always quite like to end on a high point, and I think noting that our services continue to win awards, and it's not just in social work services but across the council, and our staff. That's a real testament to the staff in across the council, and the work that they do to support people in our communities. And I think I just want to finish with that, because I think it is so important that we recognise that amongst the many challenges we face, our staff are doing amazing work.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. Do you have a seconder?
Provost. Thanks, Provost, and thanks to Councillor Colley. I just want to start by thanking Sarah and Gail and the rest of the team for this very comprehensive report, and for all the continued hard work, especially given the difficult times. I'd like to thank all the staff across children and adult social work and justice services, and to those working in our communities with our partners and providers, and those who care for family, unpaid carers and volunteers in our community. Their dedication in the face of many challenges that we face is both admirable and is a responsibility for delivering positive outcomes for people using the services, and our children and families. I could probably talk all day about this report, but given the fact we've been sitting here long enough, I'll speed the process up. I just want to highlight a few things. The work of the unpaid care team is wide and hugely varied, and impacts positively right across the whole district. I'm constantly contacted by local community groups who have been involved with the unpaid care team. The support from the partners, individual placements, referrals and learning new skills is really, really valuable work. The court and early intervention team, which has been a new model which is implemented, and I can already see the good work that's continuing there. The Caledonian Women, this service helps women understand the impact of domestic abuse and how it affects them, and how to convey to a woman, no matter what her vulnerabilities and choices, she's not to blame for the violence and the abuse. The children's worker role has enabled further development of this service. For many children, the impact of trauma they have experienced does not resolve when the abuse stops, and can continue into adulthood, affecting their life chances, health, well-being, long into the future. This service works with families to help undo the harm, as well as preventing further harm, which is an important part of Caledonian service engagement with adults. The Children's Service ensures that children's needs are met and they're at the forefront. The Justice Women's Service, well, as Councillor Colley's already highlighted, you know, they have won an award, but the emphasis on mental health support and trauma-informed practice, the community-based support, which provides a gender-censored support to women in the Justice Service. The team aims to provide opportunities, enable positive life choices, gain new skills and reduce reoffending, focus on building relationships with every woman who is supported by the service, and provides a tailored intervention which are sustainable and promote self-reliance. The last thing I just want to touch upon, we've just finished the 16 days of action, so I just want to extend my thanks to our partners at Clark's who led on the programme of work this year, and our partners in Stirling, and all the other partners from the schools, the colleges, the universities, and all those who were involved in the work and the delivery of the programme. There was an array of things to get involved with, both in person and online, from workshops, open days, training and talks. I look forward to next year when it's our turn to hold the 16 days of action again. As part of this, I got to spend some time in the high school speaking directly and working with the MVPs talking about the work that they are doing and how they are creating change in their school community. It's truly inspiring to see these young people leading and being the change they want to see in the world, and gives me such hope for the future. Again, I'm happy to second this report. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to say a huge thank you to all the staff who support and protect the most vulnerable adults and children in our society, often hidden in the background and not properly recognised in terms of what they do. There's a huge amount of work goes on, and I want to say a huge thank you to all of them. I also want to say thank you to the officers who have put together this report, and which is very informative of the activities that people are getting engaged in, and recognise the extra pressures that our staff are under in terms of, we've all seen the statistics in terms of increasing problems with mental health, in terms of a number of other areas of increasing problems. So our staff are being very challenged by all of those issues. So I want to say a big thank you to them all, from all of us.
So, well said. Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Bailey Kerr.
Just to concur with what everybody else says, Provost. No comment.
Thanks very much. Councillor Spears.
Pardon me, I don't really have much to add apart from the question I asked. I look forward to seeing an updated report where we can find out what's actually happening and any improvements that are in our various communities.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. Any other independents got any comment on this? No. So can we agree the report and the recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Next item is agenda item 9, Standards Commission for Scotland, findings pages 320 to 334. It's a report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services. The report is taken as read. And since there are no amendments have been submitted, there will be no debate. So we'll just open up for any questions to officers. Okay. Councillor Mickelson.
No questions, Provost, but I'm just happy to move the report.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
Yes, happy to second.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Hannah.
Nothing to say.
Bailey Kerr.
No comment.
Okay. Councillor Spears.
I have no comments on this matter.
Any independents got any comment? Okay, can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 10, referral from Executive Treasury Management Interim Review, pages 335 to 349 of the agenda papers. Again, the report is taken as read, and there's no amendments submitted, so there will be no debate. So I'll just open up for questions to officers.
Provost.
Councillor Mickelson.
Just wanted to ask a very brief question about the recent changes to the interest rates, etc., around borrowing and the impact that that may have.
Thank you. So, following the autumn budget statement, the price or the cost for government, the UK government, to borrow has increased. There has been some movement in that, but generally it has increased from where we expected it to be. That directly impacts on how much it costs the council to borrow. And so what we are looking at is that those higher rates will stay in the programme for longer than we had originally anticipated. So the scale and the pace of the reduction in interest rates is likely to be slower. And that means that we'll be paying higher interest rates for longer. And so that will add to our funding pressures and to our gap. based on the current investment plans.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Would you like to move your motion, please?
Okay, thank you, Provost. I won't say too much in relation to this, as it has already been in front of the executive, where questions have been asked of officers and the relevant responses given. And we already know the very challenging position that the council is in. Interest rates are out with our ability to influence. And we are subject to that. However, it potentially will then have a knock-on effect to our capital programme, and therefore we need to take cognizance of that. And short-term borrowing is still obviously going to be the best option for us until such time as the market stabilises, but it may take some time to do that. But I'm happy to move the report as in the papers.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael. John, do you have a second there?
For my second, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Councillor Bailey-Kerr.
No comments.
Councillor Spears.
No comment.
No comment. Any other independent members? No. So can we agree the report?
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay. So agenda item 11 is minutes and information bulletin. 11A, volume of minutes, volume 2, 2024-25. Has anybody got any comments on the volume of minutes? No. 11B, information bulletin, volume 2, 24-25. Any questions? Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. I've got a list of questions here which are submitted to officers in advance of the meeting. I've had some replies to some of them, but not all of them, so it's maybe best if I just read through them one by one. Page 5, in relation to Sealock House. Now, it actually states that it's a single storey. I don't believe it is. I think it's a 2-storey building. I can remember being in meeting rooms upstairs in the building at one point. This was previously advertised for sale. The sale fell through. I'm just wondering what value was actually put on this property before it was advertised and sold.
We'll go to Mr. Kirkpatrick for that.
Thank you, Provost. Just to clarify on the 2-storey statement, the majority of the building, the workshops at the back are single-storey, despite having a what appears to be a 2-storey eaves height. So the majority of the site is single-storey, but it is deceptive. The front of the building is certainly 2-storey. So we'll accept that the description was maybe not entirely clear there. In terms of the property, it was previously marketed and there was a transaction that went through. That value was significantly, or the purchase price that was proposed was significantly higher than the value. There was no requirement for the property to be revalued following the failure of that transaction, because we have undertaken extensive marketing. Valuations are by their nature an estimate based on comparable evidence of an amount for which an asset or liability would exchange for on a valuation date between a willing buyer and a willing seller in an arm's length transaction after that proper marketing, where the parties had each acted knowledgeably, prudent and without compulsion. Because we have actually undertaken the marketing of the property, this is an actual transaction price and is therefore demonstrates best value. So we're happy with the proposal. But I can certainly provide individual valuations that were previously undertaken to Councillor Nimmo if he requires them.
Can I just ask if the district valuer was involved in any of these valuations?
The district valuer we would normally only engage if we required to have an estimate of value where we were going to market the property, and we needed it for our capital receipts purposes. So the answer to that is it'll either have been the district valuer or it'll have been our external chartered valuation surveyors at the time for the previous transaction, but we had no requirement to undertake a new valuation between the previous sale falling through and the new sale coming forward.
Okay, thanks for that, Paul. That takes me on to my next question. It's probably for yourself again, Paul. Page 6, Bowhouse Community Centre. Has there been a value arrived for the centre?
There has on that one, because it was subject to a provost, it was subject to a community asset transfer, and as part of that process we have to demonstrate for the disposal of land regulations what the value was. This one was undertaken by the district valuer, and it was £105,000 capital, £19,200 per annum if it had been rented.
Okay, thanks for that, Paul. My next question is in relation to page 64. There's been 47 ill health retireals. I'm just wondering, have these individuals been replaced? If not, what's happened with the workloads?
Provost, I can pick up that one. In the case of an ill health retirement, there isn't a cost to the council payable to the pension fund, so accordingly the budget is retained, and ordinarily we would anticipate that post would be replaced. We don't have a centrally held record of each of the 47 instances to know if the post was replaced, but in likelihood the majority will have been. That said, managers will always look at the opportunity for some vacancy management, or is there an opportunity for some efficiency when a vacancy arises. But in broad terms, it's more likely than not that those posts have been replaced.
Okay, thanks for that, Colin. Takes me on to my next one, on page 68, the care and support at home. There's a contract for £164 million here. Now, bearing in mind we still have 83 patients subject to delayed discharge at hospital, the longest being some 99 days. How is this investment going to solve the problem of delayed discharge?
Gail. You still there, Gail?
Yeah, thank you for yourself, Chair. I can come in to respond to that. So the contract was actually agreed earlier on this year, and it's over 4 years, and this is the addition of an additional 11 providers onto the framework, but the overall provision remains the same. So there obviously is a correlation between the number of providers and the provision of care at home and the delays, people who are delayed in hospital awaiting discharge. However, this is not an additional investment. This is around additional providers going onto the current framework. So there's not a direct correlation there between our delayed people who are delayed in hospital and going home. There is substantial work ongoing across the whole system around how we ensure people are in the most appropriate place for their care needs. And it is a complex issue, as colleagues who sit on IJB will be well aware of. So there's a number of different factors that impact on whether or not somebody's able to go straight home or whether or not they require support. There's assessments ongoing, and also there's impacts in terms of how busy the hospital is in ED and the number of people who happen to be boarding in the hospital as well. So the two things are related, but there's not a direct correlation between this investment and the number of delayed discharges and this report coming, which is about additional providers coming onto that existing framework.
Okay, thanks for that, Gail. It takes me on to my next 2 points, page 70 and page 71. And it's to do with the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. Page 70 details a contract value of just over £189,000. And on page 71, it could be as much as £825,000. I was under the impression that the initial money we received in relation to the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme had been spent. Is this additional funding that we've now received?
Mr. Kirktree.
Thank you, Provost. No, this isn't additional money. Within the Council's General Services Capital Programme, there remains money allocated against the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. At present, there is £2.363 million in the 24-25 budget, and due to delays in the notification and objects in progress, some of this will be reprofiled into next year. This funding is allocated to enable the continued progress of the project through the notification process, and that's what these costs are associated with, the continued progression of the project.
Okay, thanks for that update, Paul. Page 72, weather forecasting. We're spending £130,000 on this. Why?
Well, Mr. Gardner, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Provost. Good afternoon. Councillor Nimmo, this contract provides us a number of weather stations across the authority, 5 in total. It gives us accurate localised information, including road surface temperatures and forecasts. And with this detail, we're able to take informed decisions when it comes to winter maintenance.
I take it you can't get the same information via Google then? It's not as detailed?
No, it's nowhere near as detailed, Councillor, no.
It would have saved us £130,000.
It would have done, but no, unfortunately not.
Okay, page 74, there's just under £193,000 mentioned here. Can I just clarify what 2 sites are involved here?
Yes, yes, Provost. The 2 sites are the South Bridge Street site, which is opposite the port entrance at Grangemouth, and the Whole Flats site on the corner of Whole Flats Road and Shira Road. Both of these sites are identified within the Council's growth deal for future use as strategic sites, and will also be being brought forward in terms of the 4th Green Freeport Seed Capital. And this money will enable us to undertake those investigations and appraisals to advise on the site enabling works to bring these forward for development. Promised.
Thanks, Paul. Page 75, Amanda, I believe this is one for you. Is this a new statutory obligation?
Yes, this is for us to connect to the pensions dashboard. Our date that we have to do that by is October 2025. So this will allow us to reach that target.
Okay, and my last question is in relation to page 78. There's £18 million earmarked for gas. Can I just ask where this money is coming from?
Provost, that will be myself. This is our existing. This is our existing monies that we already spend on natural gas. We procure this through the Scottish procurement framework, who do all the procurement on behalf of public bodies. So this money is already built into our existing budgets to pay for the gas for the heat.
Couple of questions that Councillor Nimmo asked. I'd asked very similar questions, page 74 and page 78. But all I wanted to do was just thank, first of all, Mr. Perry and Mr. Miller. I'd passed some questions that I had and asked if they could forward them to the officers concerned. And very quickly, they all came back. So I just want to pass personal thanks on to Mr. Kettrick, who unfortunately, he only came 3rd in the Christmas sweepstakes in getting back to me. It was pipped by Mr. Ian Henderson, who came back with it. But Mr. Tom, who I saw was on the call, he came back to me almost instantaneously. So I'd just like to say he's won the selection box this year, and I'll be running it next year again. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much. So, if there are no other questions on the information bulletin, we now move to motions submitted under Standing Order 29. 12A, motion submitted by Bailey Buchanan, Bonnybridge Railway Station, asking the officers bring a full updated report to the Council regarding this long-term proposal, supported by over 25 years by all members. Members will decide on what support is still there once members had an opportunity to assess all information available. Also to discuss the possibility of a public consultation. Now, I've discussed this with the group leaders and give my own personal view, and we've agreed that the motion stands referred to the executive. And
Provost.
Aye.
Provost, thank you very much, and thank you very much for everybody for consideration. The main aim for this initially, and obviously the main aim is to get the reopening of the railway station, is to get it back in the public domain, and that the members will take the decisions. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Bailey Buchanan. Councillor Angelo.
It's just very briefly, I just wondered if Bailey Buchanan had actually been in touch with Network Rail, because before I retired, this was not on their remit of projects, and you would have to consult with them. Thank you.
Provost, you want me to answer that?
No, not really, no.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So, 12B, Motion submitted by Councillor Meikle-John. National insurance contributions. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. Following the UK budget, it was announced in October there was an additional funding given to the Scottish Government, the block grant. First time in over a decade that there's been a real terms increase. However, what's given with one hand is taken away with the other, and Scotland being shortchanged yet again. This Labour government stood elected on change agenda, but we have yet to see all we've seen is a continuation of the austerity agenda. And if we just look at the winter fuel allowance, the non-removal of the 2-child cap, and of course the national insurance changes, it kind of looks as if Labour are trying to Labour at Westminster are trying to out-Tory the Tories. Scottish Government can only distribute the funding it's given, and with limited power that they have. In last week's Scottish Government's budget proposal, it's welcomed that local government has been given a much needed real terms uplift in the budget, reflecting the better settlement for Scotland from the UK Government. But what it's not done is to restore the historical underfunding over a sustained period of time. As a result, there'll continue to be pressures on public services, with savings, increased fees and charges required, and therefore difficult choices will still have to be made. This will be further compounded with the flawed policy change of the national insurance contribution, which introduces a lower head threshold and increases the percentage of employers' national insurance, making it nothing more than a stealth tax on the public sector. It's been ill thought out. UK Treasury officials in London have advised the Scottish Government should receive it between 285 million and 330 million to pay for additional public sector costs. But this promise of mitigation falls way short of what's actually required, with Scotland being punished for having a larger public sector workforce, better paid public sector workforce, and a much broader range of services available in the public sector to the benefit of our communities. Scottish Finance Secretary has already warned that 300 million increase in UK Government funding to mitigate this is simply not enough and will not cover a planned rise in national insurance contributions. It's currently estimated that more than 500 million would be needed to cover the staff costs for those directly employed in the public sector, rising to 750 million when direct employees such as those in childcare, housing, early years, social care, SMEs and indeed the private sector. To cover the additional cost to local government would alone be 265 million, and it doesn't include the social care, which is a further 84 million, and other parts of the public sector. That is direct costs alone, but there are indirect costs that will impact on local government, where we have to commission services such as social care, housing support, early learning, to name but a few. Many of our services are delivered externally and provided by the third sector, and then there's charitable organisations that also provide services, particularly in care, such as the hospices. Cost of procuring anything, not just to the council, will increase, so it will cost more for goods and services. This will further put pressure on the public purse. It also comes along at a time when the cost of living continues to bite. It'll hit the pockets of those who are on the lowest incomes and the hardest as prices will rise in supermarkets as businesses seek to recoup. The estimated cost of Falkirk Council for the direct costs alone could be as high as 7 million, with the prospect of this figure increasing as the full impact is realised. If it is not fully mitigated, that will be a further pressure that will need to be funded from cuts in services or an increase in council tax, neither of which is acceptable. Following the consultation with both the Chief Executive and our Chief Finance Officer, I wrote to the UK Chancellor on the 12th of November, advising of the financial impact of Falkirk Council and asking that she reconsider the national insurance contributions increase in relation to the public sector, and in particular local authorities, charities and the third sector, and to explore options for additional funding or compensation that could alleviate the financial strain on organisations delivering the public sector services. And that is those that are critical to the whole of the public sector have the necessary resources to protect essential services and support local economies, particularly in such challenging times. Despite sending a reminder, I've only just received an acknowledgement yesterday. A grant to the Scottish Government is given an increase with one hand and taking away. There is no benefit that comes to Scotland of the increase in national insurance contributions. We get nothing back in doing that. So we're left with even less to deliver services. It's a clear example of a reserved matter being imposed on devolved nations in a matter in which they have no say or get no benefit from, clearly a stealth tax. It also shows that the Barnett formula continues to be flawed.
That's nearly 8 minutes.
Yeah, when the UK government starts to pick and choose areas that shortchange Scotland yet again. So I am now calling on the Council as a whole to publicly ask the UK Chancellor and the UK Government to fully reimburse the over 500 million costs of employee national insurance contributions to the public sector and the third sector in Scotland. And that would be passed through in the normal mechanism through the Scottish Government, which we have tried and tested.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle. John, do you have a seconder? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. Can I thank Leader of the Council for her motion and how it affects public sector and councils, as that is obviously our main concern. However, I want to talk about how the increase in employers' national insurance will affect third sector organisations and business in general. The increase in employers' national insurance will have consequences for every working person. And if it looks like a stealth tax and it feels like a stealth tax, guess what? It probably is a stealth tax on the working people. The rate that employers pay contributions will rise from 13.8% to 15%. It sounds like it's only 1.2%, but to actually get there, you actually need to put almost 9% on. So it's actually a 9% rise on the amount of employers' national insurance was previously paid. To give you some ideas, and rather than going the political, let's go with some of the people who actually know about these things. The Office of Budget Responsibility, the UK's official economic forecaster, said it's assumed most of the increase in new national insurance costs will be passed on to workers and consumers from employers through their wages and higher prices. Ray Newton-Smith, who is the Chief Executive of the CBI, he represents 170,000 firms, said the burden on business would make it more expensive to hire people and give pay rises. Kate Nichols, Chief Executive of UK Hospitality, which represents pubs, restaurants, cafes across the country, added that tax rises would be a brake on growth for the UK. Taking it closer to here, the Scottish Council for Voluntary Organisations estimates that the changes to employer national insurance contributions will cost the voluntary sector employers in Scotland £75 million per year plus inflation. Some organisations face additional costs of hundreds of thousands of pounds. This puts essential services, jobs and organisations at risk. That is over £75 million less to support the most vulnerable people in Scotland. Major companies have already had meetings with the Chancellor, informing that they will have to put up costs, pay off people and slow down investment. The delivery of services in Falkirk Council depends on business and the third sector organisations. They, as a minimum, will have to increase their costs to us, which then adds pressure to our budgets. The consequences of the Chancellor's actions will not promote growth. It will likely stifle growth and cause inflation, which increase costs. This inflation will help to keep interest rates high and therefore the cost of borrowing high. The final consequence is that it will likely suppress working people's wages and the availability of jobs, as a stealth tax also has to be paid for. In the autumn budget 2024, the Chancellor confirmed there would be no increases to taxes on working people. She then froze, to add to it, she then froze the tax-free allowances on all workers. According again to the budget of budget responsibility, this prolonged freeze is expected to bring millions into higher tax brackets by 28-29, and nearly 4 million additional individuals will begin to pay income tax. Furthermore, as the tax-free allowance is not rising by at least the rate of inflation, every working person in real terms will pay more tax. This is known as fiscal drag, if you didn't know. Thankfully, in Scotland, we have an SNP government who have proposed in their budget at the moment to raise the tax-free allowances for workers. With that, I'm happy, therefore, to second the motion of the Leader of the Council on employers' national insurance contributions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah to move her amendment.
Thank you, Provost. I'm absolutely fascinated at the comments about Scotland being punished, and Scotland's got nothing for this increase in national insurance. The UK government on the 30th of October announced a £5 billion increase in funding for the Scottish government for public services. Now, everyone around this room will be aware, and everyone out there listening will be aware, that if you put more money into public services, the money has to come from somewhere. It has to be paid for. Now, the UK government has chosen this route. People may disagree with this being the chosen route, but this is the route that they've chosen to raise the funds to enable investment in public services. And we on the Labour benches are absolutely 100% committed to investment in good public services, and we make no apologies for that. In terms of the issue, I was glad to hear Councillor Meadfield-John mentioning that this would come through the Scottish Government in the normal way, because I was surprised when the motion that is being proposed says that the funding must include full funding for Falkirk Council and every Scottish local authority. It talks about the Chancellor, it talks about the Labour UK government, but says nothing about the Scottish government. It appears to be calling for the UK government to fund local councils directly, which seems to me a little peculiar. Last week at the executive meeting, the SNP accused Falkirk Labour of not understanding devolution and not understanding finance. This week, I have to say, this motion suggests a lack of understanding about the issues of devolution. The UK government can't give money directly to Falkirk Council and other Scottish local authorities. It has to be routed through the Scottish government. Now, the Scottish government does not always directly pass that money on to local authorities, so I hope that on this occasion they will. Because in case nobody's noticed, the UK government has actually said that it will be fully funding the public sector in terms of this national insurance change. Now, there's been further suggestion that Scotland's somehow being punished. We have a bigger public sector, and we pay our public sector workers better than they are paid south of the border. Now, under the devolution settlement, the Scottish Government has political decisions that it can make, as have local authorities. The fact of the matter is that there have been political decisions about the size of our public sector. Now, I'm not saying that those political decisions are wrong. Sometimes I have criticised the Scottish Government in their political decisions, but I'm not in any way suggesting that on this occasion. But what I am saying is that where Scottish Government and Scottish local authorities choose to have a larger public sector, they can't then also expect the UK Government to pay for it in full, as if it had been a UK Government decision to have that size of public sector. You can't. You simply cannot have your cake and eat it too. If you want to make the political decisions to have a difference in Scotland compared to the rest of the UK, that is within the devolution settlement, that the power is there to do that. But the public sector then has to take the consequences and has to deal with those consequences. And in this case, the Barnett consequentials will be based on population, not on the fact that the Scottish local authorities or Scottish other public sector organisations happen to have a larger workforce. I put forward an amendment which simply says The UK Government has increased funding for Scottish Government, and the Scottish Government has increased funding for local authorities, and we welcome that. I'm glad that the UK Government is going to provide the funding for public sector in terms of this, and I look forward to the Scottish Government getting into negotiations with the UK Government to determine the size of that. I've been very confused about the figures about the size. The Scottish Government website said it was going to be 500 million for the public sector. COSLA says it's more like 340 million for local authorities. And now the Scottish Government is saying it's 700 million. So there seem to be very, very varied figures being kicked around for how much this is going to cost. The UK Government has said they will fund the public sector. They've kicked around figures around 300 million, but that is not yet settled and will not be settled, as I understand it, until spring.
A minute left, Councillor Hahn.
Thank you, Provost. I ask you all to vote for this amendment on the basis that we have to recognise that there is a devolution settlement and that any debate about this amount of money that's being given to public sector should be between the Scottish Government and the UK Government, and then we can have our discussions with the Scottish Government.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hahn. Have you got a second?
Yep.
Councillor Redmond.
I'm happy to second. I welcome the increase in employers' national insurance contributions, and I especially welcome the roughly £5,000 million that will be coming to Scotland as a result of the rise. And I sincerely hope that the Scottish Government will pass that on proportionately to Falkirk Council. It's also essential to remember that this additional funding represents shared responsibility. Employers, workers and the Government all have a role to play in sustaining the public services that we all rely on. We must remember the long-term financial responsibility of this decision. Increasing employers' national insurance contributions will help reduce the Government's reliance on borrowing. By ensuring we are funding services now through national insurance contributions, we can deliver a sustainable UK budget, protecting our services and delivering the investment needed to deliver economic growth. And let's be clear about the alternative to that, which has been proposed by the Conservatives today. No rise in employers' national insurance contributions means no additional £5 billion coming to Scotland, which means no additional funding for our NHS or our IGIB or indeed to this council, meaning that we will be remaining on the same course set by the Conservatives over the last 13 years in government. Declining public services, declining investment and low growth. We've seen the impact of the Conservatives programme to try and secure financial stability through austerity, which they claimed was necessary to balance the books. But instead, the real-life consequences were the erosion of public services, leaving schools, hospitals and social care systems left overstretched and underfunded. Millions of people felt the brunt of these cuts, with vulnerable groups bearing the heaviest burden. Yet despite all their promises of balancing the books, they never once came close to a budget surplus. In fact, the last time the UK ran a budget surplus was 20 years ago under a Labour government. And let's not forget the Conservatives' disastrous money budget, filled with unfunded tax cuts for the highest earners, which resulted in rampant inflation, market instability, a sharp fall in the value of the pound, and also sent interest rates sky high. The Conservatives' record on financial stability over their 13 years in power is one of the most glaring examples of failure in modern political history. As we move forward, it is crucial that we learn from these mistakes. So we will be rejecting further austerity, we will be rejecting unfunded spending commitments, and we will be rejecting the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. We'll now move to Bailey Kerr to move his amendment.
I'll pass on to my portfolio holder first.
Okay, Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Bowes highlighted the consequences that businesses across Falkirk will face because of this rise in national insurance. The Labour manifesto promised no tax increases on workers. It might be a clever accounting trick, but this is a tax rise on workers. If employers are having to make decisions between staffing cuts, wage freezes, or people letting let go, then that tax is obviously on employees. And that is going to have damaging consequences across the private sector in Falkirk and Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom. Councillor Redmond highlighted the track record of the previous UK government, and whilst it was my party, I am ashamed that it was the highest tax burden since World War II that we left. It's proof that higher taxes does not lead to long-term economic growth. We should be doing what we can to lower the tax burden on workers, not increasing it. I understand that that might be a minority view in this room, but it's a view that I hold strongly, and that's why I am opposed to Labour's rise in national insurance. It hurts small businesses more than it hurts bigger businesses, and it's going to be damaging in the long term for raising revenue via taxation. So it's a short-term, short-sighted approach by Labour, which is no surprise considering Labour's track record with the economy under Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. The motion brought forward by the administration highlights the challenges that Falkirk Council and the third sector are going to face. We acknowledge that with this rise, all that we are asking is for that to be extended to the private sector, recognising the damage it's going to cause throughout Falkirk, regardless of which sector that you work in. But then it would make no sense to reimburse everyone, just cancel the tax rise. And that's why our amendment is worded as it is. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bundy. We'll just now open it up for debate, and if anybody's got anything they'd like to say on this. Councillor Colley.
Thank you. I want to particularly talk around health and social care, and Councillor Hannah talks about choices, so let's talk about some of the choices. GP practices, dental practices, care homes, activities and communities for children, and our third and community sector is at risk here. They will all be subject to the national insurance rise, but will get no support with it. This will have a direct impact on our ability to provide and deliver services. The BMA estimates the average GP surgery's tax bill will increase by about £20,000 per year. GPs fears that the increase could force practices to cut services and staff, and indeed for some close. And I think we need to talk about the reality here. A GP online poll found that 11% of GP partners believe the practice could close if the UK government does not provide funding to cover the additional costs. How will this impact our constituents' ability to access appointments at their practices? The British Dental Association has said the rise will impact on access to NHS dental services if the costs are not alleviated. Access, we discussed already, was challenging. And the third sector, as Councillor Bowes noted, £75 million it's going to cost our third sector. Community Care Provider Scotland, which is a member organisation of third sector providers of social care services, in a letter to the Chancellor says it will cost their providers £30 million. They said, and I think this is really quite telling, how can the UK government claim that those with the broadest shoulders should pay more when this policy will impact on not-for-profit organisations supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our society? How indeed? Scottish Care, which represents independent providers in a survey of its members, found that their additional costs range from £19,800 for some smaller organisations to a staggering £15.5 million for large care providers. Of those who reported, 48% said that there was a very real possibility of service closure as a result of this increase. Let that sink in, 48%. On the 3rd of December, the Chancellor said, I'm not going to pretend that it's going to be easy for business or indeed charities or local authorities to absorb, especially the national insurance rise. Later, she's been reported as suggesting extra NHS funding should be taken to pay for rises for hospices and GPs, funded that was trumpeted about delivering more and rebuilding the eroded public services. but instead it's going to be drained to the Treasury with not one penny of this extra cost directly benefiting patients and service users. The Chancellor has been absolutely tone deaf to the appeals. Instead of admitting her mistake and providing extra relief or excluding service providers, she instead prefers to rip the funds out of our vital services and our communities, right from our most vulnerable people and back into the Treasury. The cost to our most vulnerable people will hardly be seen as an end to austerity, but rather as a new government simply continuing in a different guise. I think we need to look at this, we need to look at the motion, write to the Chancellor and get her to think again. She may think she'd be doing the right thing about bringing public services into balance, about investing in public services, but there are other choices. And I think one of the things that we haven't actually focused on is taxing those with the broadest shoulders. Instead, we're taxing working people, we're taxing services, and we're taxing the most vulnerable people in our communities. And I hope people will support the motion.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Colley. I'll just go back to Councillor Bundy. Do you have a seconder for your motion amendment?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other questions in this debate? Councillor Spears.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know whether to call you First Minister or Prime Minister, or whether I'm in Holyrood or Westminster this afternoon. Gratuitous letters to the Chancellor of the Exchequer or the First Minister, the Health Secretary or whoever. If we're grandstanding here, be honest with the public. You know, we're a local council, an administrative body, and the Labour government has gave more money to the Scottish government for local authorities, and here we are still waiting to know how much it is. I would send a letter about that. We want to know, we've got a budget to prepare. But to be grandstanding, you know, it demeans what we're doing here in Falkirk Council. I'm not saying that I'm for it or against people paying extra money. If there's some businesses that employ a lot of people on a minimum wage, have to pay a bit more, then that's got a place in this as well. So we need to realise why we're here and what we're sitting debating. But most important, we need to realise, why are we sitting debating this? There's nothing else to say. Do you know, does the council not have more important things that we need to handle right at this moment?
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh, then Bellicare.
Thanks very much, Provost. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. So apologies for having to have left the meeting, of course, which is regrettable, but I'd just like to point out, because we've been doing a lot of work with Electar and different things this week about, you know, encouraging diversity, that sometimes things happen and there are now new ways of working that enable full participation for a wide diversity of people. So I think in some ways it's good to demonstrate that that can still be done. It's often, I suppose, that as much as I respect Councillor Spears, that I follow him and think, you know, I genuinely agree with absolutely what he's saying on this point. I think it is true that, you know, this is a hugely important issue. I agree with just about everything that was said, particularly by Councillor Colley, very passionately, and by the figures I agree with, you know, with what Councillor Bowes has said, and equally many of the points which Councillor Hannah made were very valid too. But I suppose what I am concerned about is that although I think this is a really important debate and it will be concerning in terms of the fiscal squeeze, the squeeze from the Barnett situation, which, you know, does make it clear that this decision has been made by the UK government, perhaps not in full reflection of the direct impact on Scotland. And, you know, I am no less in favour of independence than I was at any point in the last 25, 30 years. You know, it's a great illustration of why we need that. But as Councillor Spears says, this is our council body, and I fear that perhaps the reason this is here is to highlight a political situation. It doesn't help to bring us together. It doesn't help on collaborative working. And where I happen to disagree that this was the right course of action from the Labour government, absolutely. And I'm very concerned that it should be, you know, that the impact of that shortfall between what the Barnett formula gives and what our higher share of public sector and public sector pay does, that will have a huge impact, which is yet to be determined, and that should concern us all, and partly the reason why we don't know all the facts in some of our earlier debates. So I'm passionate about that, but I think it's regrettable in the way that it's here and the motivation that I think is here, because it was maybe unnecessary in this way. And I think I just want to highlight that, you know, I mean, I think it was possibly, forgive me, which member of the administration it was that they mentioned earlier, about us all needing to be responsible as if acting in the administration. And I think that's right. Every minority administration can't get anything through without the cooperation of at least one other major party, and sometimes more. So I think it's really incumbent on us to find opportunities to be genuinely collaborative, and this sort of thing doesn't help. Sorry, thank you. So I just want to say, you know, obviously I have become an independent. I was elected under a party, but very often what's not clear is, for example, if an SNP group in Clackmannanshire or in North Lanarkshire bring forward something as an SNP group, it can be the direct opposite of what an SNP group bring forward in Falkirk or in Stirling, and yet it's an SNP position. Same goes for Labour, same goes for Conservative, you know, and sometimes local government, party politics and local government just doesn't work and is not necessary and is very contradictory. And you know, I hadn't made up my mind what I'm going to do in this. I'm probably inclined to abstain, to be honest, because I just feel that we've made something very important, which I completely agree is a very important issue, unnecessarily in this chamber political, and I wanted to make that point. So thank you, Provost, for allowing me to come into the debate.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. And we have previously at many council meetings wrote to past chancellors asking for them to reconsider. And I've been part of that, and it's been my party who has been the chancellor. And I've said it on many occasions, I'm not about who we write to. It's about getting the right thing for the people of Falkirk. As a small business owner myself, this will affect me dramatically. And I understand Councillor Spears saying that it's the council we should be concentrating on other things, but there'll be plenty more people like me out there with a small business who thinks, can I take somebody else on, or do I need to lay somebody else off? Just because of the increase in the national insurance. So it does affect a lot of people in our areas, especially the small business owners. I'm sure my colleague, Councillor Patrick, will be in the same boat with her business. So I think we need to write to whoever we need to write to. And I'm not bothered who we write to. Just to get the message across to say it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to put a carte blanche raise the national insurance for everybody. So thank you very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Now go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Provost. I'm not going to take too much more time up today, because I think that there's been a very long meeting and I'm aware that things are starting to wane a wee bit. But bringing this back to Falkirk Council, Falkirk Council is an employer. We might be an administrative body, but we're an employer too as an organisation. And this change is not fully funded. The one thing that we're all agreed on is that whatever money is coming forward is insufficient to cover the cost. I mean, Councillor Redmond can perhaps sum up at the end and let us know why he's shaking his head at that suggestion. But the figures that have been bandied about by the UK Labour Chancellor is not sufficient to cover the cost of local government, as mentioned by Councillor Hannah not 10 minutes ago. If they're saying 300 million, but COSLA in Scotland says 340 million, that's £40 million less than it is to cover the cost for one public service in Scotland. So the agreement here is it's insufficient. Whatever's bandied about is insufficient. So, as has been noted before, give with one hand, take away with the other. And it doesn't really matter what happens within these walls here. Whatever decision we take is impacted on our staff. It impacts on our budget, and it impacts on our ability to deliver services with the staff that we have. So if we have to pay more to the UK Treasury, we have less to pay for services. It's a cause and effect matter, and that is the end of it. So we've heard a lot today about specific decisions that we need to take, but none of this is helped by the fact that we have policy decisions made elsewhere that impact directly on what we can do as a local authority, administratively or not. That impacts what we can deploy to the communities that need us most. So 1.5 billion, 3.5 billion, 5 billion, whatever you want to take from that, it's paid for in some way. If that's through national insurance contributions through us as an employer, through the health service or social care as an employer, through small businesses as employers, that cost has to come from somewhere, and that directly will impact on people out there, whether that be through the ability to get a job because employers can't employ anybody anymore because they can't afford it, or whether that be through stealth tax and wages. The one thing that is totally fundamentally misunderstood here is how that impacts on us here. And just lastly, to pick up on one of the points that was mentioned earlier on, local government perhaps in Scotland is funded by the Scottish Government, and the Scottish Government is funded by a complex measure of income tax and Barnett consequentials. The discrepancy here is that local government isn't directly funded by the UK Government. Well, as far as I was led to believe, the levelling up funding that we gained from the UK Government to go towards the Westfield improvements, that's direct funding from the UK Government to Falkirk Council. It was a bid-in process. So that's perhaps a further misunderstanding of how things work here. So with that, Provost, I think I'll conclude. I think I've made the points that I wanted to make. But yeah, I think it's clear to see that the motion that we put forward is absolutely the right thing to go.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. I'll now go to Councillor Meek. John, if you want to sum up.
Thank you, Provost. And it's been a long day, so I will keep it relatively short. But just to say the 5 billion additional monies to Scotland, fine, but that's not going to make up for the last decade or more of underfunding. And everything that you take off that 5 billion and paying employers' national insurance costs it takes off services and other investment. That's the bottom line. That's where that comes from. So it will hit public services. I'm concerned about what's happening in Falkirk Council, and that's why I've brought this forward and to here, because it does impact on our budget. It does impact on the decisions that we have to make locally, and that's why it is here today, to be able to highlight to people the challenge that's in front of us. But yes, it will cost us more. It will cost us more in jobs. It will cost us more in services, and therefore there isn't less to actually deliver. We all know the Scottish Government mechanisms, and that's whether it's Falkirk, whether it's through the Scottish Government, that the funding mechanisms. It's a bit of a semantic and a bit of a petty point to make when you're trying to actually defend the indefensible, and you kind of go down those routes. And I'm not going to take any lessons in devolution from a unionist party, not when we have spent millions of pounds mitigating poor policy decisions such as the bedroom tax, free tuition fees, Scottish Child Payment, the baby box, and more recently the winter fuel payment. We've had some of the coldest days, and our pensioners are still concerning, and it's taken the Scottish Government to step in to protect them. And then, of course, there's the removal of the two-child cap, that I really do hope that there is cooperation from the UK Government to enable that to happen, because these are all areas where our hardest hit citizens are in that. Now, I'm also going to quote from Jackie Bailey, who very recently said around the national insurance contributions, there would be some funding. That was the quote. Not fully funded, and it's never ever said it's been fully funded, and that's why we're here today. The information about how the funding is made up, it's very much available through COSLA, through the Scottish Government. The 350 comes from the 265 plus 84 from Health and Social Care. There you go. 750, that includes the much wider sectors of the charities and the private sector. And it's still an estimated cost. It's likely to cost an awful lot more than that. But ultimately, it is going to cost more than that, because it's going to cost a lot more in jobs and the lack of services. So that is the real consequences, that Scotland continues to be underfunded. There is no, you've not made up the gap in that underfunding over a sustained period of time with 5 billion. And I'm really proud that we have a better paid and greater workforce that deliver a broader range of services. Otherwise, we would not have a better place to live than the rest of the UK. And that is why I'm prepared to fight to make sure that we get as much as we possibly can to retain that. If not, I'm going to put the challenge out to the Labour group to say what they want to cut and all of that. What do they want Scotland to stop doing? What do they want Falkirk Council to stop doing? And I would urge people to get behind lobbying the UK Government to make sure that we are fully mitigated for the national insurance contributions.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor.
Apologies, Provost. I did mean to say that we are happy to look to try and incorporate the amendment from the Tories, as this does go wider in the private sector and does have an impact on our economy. Sorry, I meant to say that earlier.
Okay.
What would the wording be, just to be circulated so we can see it and everyone can see it?
Well, couple of minutes recess. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I'll just go to Councillor Meiklejohn. If you managed to agree something.
Yes, we have an addendum that Mr Moody's got the wording for. It's a very short addendum, so if we can go to ask him to maybe share that with the rest of council.
Happy to do that, Provost, and following discussion with Councillor Meiklejohn and Councillor Bundy. As Councillor Meiklejohn says, they are suggesting a short addendum at the end of the current motion, which says, Council also notes the impact on businesses in addition to the third and public sectors, and asks for consideration to reimbursement to small and medium enterprises in addition to the public and third sectors.
Is that being agreed between the two?
Agreed.
Okay, so we'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. We have the motion as just adjusted, which is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Bowes, against which there is now a single amendment, which is moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Redmond. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitken.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Abstain.
Provost, there are 14 votes for the motion. There are 11 votes for the amendment, 3 abstentions. The motion is carried.
Okay, thanks very much. That brings us to the last item on the agenda, so it just leaves me to say I wish you all a happy Christmas with you and your families, and I hope you all have a happy and prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost.
Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
I hope you feel better.
And to you.
Thanks to the chair.